Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? 'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. That I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
She knows that I gotta be trusted. You've had enough of the lies and I said. You've had enough she knows that I gotta be trusted. She fell in love.
shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, I got no rival. No rival.
hard, but it's what we do to get to the top. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Increasing my strength when I remember myself. Life can be hard, but it's what we do to get to the top. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't for every run that we had, turn around and not do it. But I'll be ready every day. Know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray? Time
C'est normal, c'est mon choix. C'est du sérieux, je suis prête à tout pour toi. Tu peux merci, c'est normal, c'est mon choix. Je t'aime, je crois que je t'ai vu un peu. Même le matin, t'es beau. J'ai rêvé que de toi, t'es mon prince dans le château. Mais quand je prends mon cœur, je te mets direct au front. L'amour, c'est compliqué, les sentiments sont profonds.
Hello friends and welcome to the Unite European Cup. It's day number 2 and you got 2 new casters to enjoy. You got myself, Relic, you got him, JJ Kun, the wonderful digital baker, taking a step back today on production, as he will be of course for the entire week. We will enjoy his presence again tomorrow, but today, it's all about today. JJ Kun, how are you today, my friend?
I am, well, I've rested up a lot, so I'm really excited to see here. And as I mentioned yesterday, I was in the comment section on the live stream yesterday. As I said there, you know, game number 1, Germany versus Spain alone was already like a grand finals match. So, you know, going over to France and UK, it got even way hotter. So I'm expecting better games, more hyped up games for today.
Yeah, so just to go over those results then, it was a 3-1 and then a 3-1. Germany and France currently topping the table. Spain and UK with work to do. But the work today, JJ, focuses in on Group B, where we have Italy, Sweden, Switzerland, and Portugal. 4 great teams. 4 teams where there will be plenty of names that anyone accustomed to the EU scene will see and like, oh yeah, I know that guy. But certainly from our early viewings of these teams, it is Italy who looks like they're in the pound seat. They're running the entirety of the Five Eyes squad from the EU regionals just before the World Championships. On top of that, they've got that extra little spice in the form of Klaus 8. That is a formidable 6. They might very well utilize their subs more often than other teams. For the likes of Switzerland, Sweden, Portugal, really, at least from the outset, it's going to be between those 3 as to who picks up the second spot for qualification.
All right, and here you go for Team Switzerland. We're going to have serve as Reito, Nevorix, Dragonval, Volto, and Quisto. It's really going to be, you know, interesting matchup here, knowing that, you know, they are, you know, especially Zervas, is one of the apprentice roster for apprentice that, you know, made it to Worlds. So definitely these teams are really going to be interesting.
Yeah, 100%. And as we take a look over to Sweden, we do have similar sort of caliber roster in regards to some names you will know. I mean, Zante, probably the big one. Starzerg, of course, the substitute for another World Championship team. You know, so you've got some elements there which you're thinking, yeah, they can really work with this. Vazid has had previous experience in the Unite Championships. It's their first time back for months, however, when it comes to Tier 1. But both of these teams featuring rookies as well. So MeTooMate and Galnagunner, for example, on Sweden. They are 2 players who are going to be asked to do a lot of stepping up when it comes to the Unite European Cup. We saw Team UK yesterday. Yes, you've got some big names there. We're expecting Toon Slim to have a massive impact on year 2 of the Unite Championships. Of course, we have Bruv in there as well, Nouns Esports Renown. But the rest of them definitely looking to try and get up to the level of these other players. Didn't quite manage it against France, but then again, it is France. They're absolutely stacked. They literally had a choice, a pool of maybe 30 players to go for, all of which had regional experience. So yeah, I'm excited for this first match. Switzerland versus Sweden, mostly because it's the first chance to get some form under your belt. You get a win here, and you've already got yourself 1 step closer to that qualification spot.
Yeah, that is true. And, you know, having any kind of advantage is definitely, you know, something to hold on, you know, going forward to this tournament, because you definitely want that champion crown. But hey, I just want to point out that we cannot dismiss all these rookies as well, because they wouldn't be the team if they're not good.
It's 100% true. And we do have, you'll notice the likes of Zervas, they were in white, and although they are more than likely going to play, as we saw yesterday, a lot of the coaches, look, if you're a Nouns Esports, an apprentice player of old, you're gonna want to be in your team because you haven't made it to the World Championships for no reason. And it's why that Italy roster, we will touch upon them again, but it's why they're so interesting, because technically they've got an entire roster there in the form of 5i, but you've also got Klaus, who's the only one of the 6 that made it to World Championships. Will they sub out? Will they use Klaus? Will they not use? plenty of questions to come, of course. But we should also take a little time to talk about our wonderful draft system. Of course, a big shout out to Pump, who's organized the Unite European Cup, and we are expecting a ban draft system, or a ban pick draft system in due time in Pokemon Unite. We certainly hope that it is sooner rather than later, but the simples is this. It's ban, pick, ban, pick. Or no, sorry, 3 picks and then 2 picks after the second ban. Get it the right way around, Relic. Both teams will have a choice, and really the cool thing about this is that we have Pokemon taken out of the equation for the other team once they are picked in the first place as well. So say we have a ban of, I don't know, let's pick one out of the air. Mr. Mime, hint teams. Then you go on and pick Charizard as your first, maybe Mew, maybe Glaceon as your third. Well, the other team, all 3 of those Pokemon, plus Mr. Mime, of course, going to be completely off the table. So we are going to see no 2 similar rosters. It is all going to be individual picks, and that can really lead to, I guess, disadvantaged compositions if you get this draft phase wrong.
No, exactly, right? Like, if you are new here for Pokemon Unite and you have been playing, other Pokemon games, say Sword and Shield, for quite a lot, essentially what we're doing here is that we have Pokemon class. You cannot have any of the same Pokemon, for both of the teams. We do know as well that there are some tournaments, some community tournaments that have been having some bans, but still allows teams to have the same Pokemon. But this time, again, just to reiterate, Pokemon class, nobody can have the same Pokemon. So definitely we're going to be seeing different games, different kinds of play styles each and every game. We're not going to be seeing, the year 1 of Pokemon Unite where everyone is just playing the same Pokemon, everyone is just playing the same comp. This time we are in here for different kinds of games every time, which makes this tournament exciting.
And every single game yesterday was fantastic. We certainly hope that continues into today. But hey,
everything's close.
You know those other places that you were talking about when it comes to, they're trying out ban system. Hey, guess what? Right here on Pokemon Unite Battle Hub, we got that for our open series. And so, Mr. Bacon, let's have a little look, shall we? Because we have ourselves, in the month of October, 4 lovely weeklies coming your way, each with 1 region represented. The Unite Battle Hub Open Series, it is an evolution from the Battle Hub that ran a couple of months ago, and there are your dates to look out for. If you're part of the APAC scene, hey, guess what? That's where JJ comes from. We certainly hope to see you on that broadcast, my friend, the 4th of October. We then have EMEA, the 11th. The NA scene is represented on the 18th, and I know that the wonderful Soph Chan, of course, she was with us yesterday, Brazilian, and loving the fact that we have some LATAM action to look forward to on the 25th as well. So be sure to follow us on @Unite Battle Hub. We also have the Discord as well through the Pokemon Unite subreddit. All of the sign-up information and all of the relevant information that you require to get you and your team signed up in a competitive yet friendly environment is there for you to enjoy, to digest, and hopefully to sign up with. It's going to be a really awesome time, and we will remind folks as they join us throughout the broadcast more and more as to what they can look out for. More great action for certain, but the great action starts here, of course, today, JJ. Let's talk Mr. Mime, shall we? Because we are expecting a nerf at some stage. We are expecting Mr. Mime to potentially be depowered as early as this week. Now, when we saw Mr. Mime yesterday, utilized 4 times in total, and every single time they took to the field, the team with Mr. Mime won.
Wins.
How do you counter Mr. Mime if you are the opposition team stuck in that unenvious situation?
All right, well, first off, before I answer the question, I honestly like I am one of the people who liked the rework for Mr. Mime and don't want him to be changed. Okay, let's just establish that one. All right.
Tell me your point. Tell me your point. Go on.
We're gonna be on the hot seat here. I'm gonna get canceled later on. But
no, this is Digital Bacon stepping in. How dare you, JJ? And yes, Twitch chat can hear me here.
No, yeah. All right. Let me get to my point. I think Mr. Mime's rework is really good. I think that works perfectly for Mr. Mime because previously, before the rework, Mr. Mime is played as an attacker with very low HP that cannot do anything. As you guys have mentioned yesterday, right? As Digital Bacon has mentioned yesterday, it is a supporter in category, but you can't really play it as a supporter previously, right? Before the rework. But now that we have Power Swap, that allowed Mr. Mime to really work as a to really work as a support. The unfortunate thing that is with Power Spike is that it doesn't have any duration. I think, the day one power swap is okay. It's just that it doesn't have any limit on its duration that it becomes OP. But other than that, I think that is the only thing that it needs.
And I feel like I feel like it's in combination with the natural support element really of Mr. Mime, which is the stuns, the knockups, and especially if you're stacking with your showstopper ultimately, that's a lot of damage, son. That's a lot of damage that you're dealing with. And so I like the proposed changes that we might hopefully see, a bit of an in-between where Mr. Mime is still useful, is still a danger if you let it get out of control, but isn't a danger straight from the off. Something that certainly was a danger and was the most picked Pokemon yesterday, Charizard. And it's great to see Charizard getting a resurgence. We saw it in every single match yesterday, all 8 of them, and just a fantastic Pokemon to utilize on this map. But why, JJ?
Right. Just to answer, going back to answer your question, right? How they're gonna be, how to counter Mr. Mime. The only way. Right, let me answer that first before we get to the Charizard. Yeah. First off, how to counter the Mr. Mime? Well, obviously, number one, you have to use your Mr. Mime as well. But if you don't have the Mr. Mime, if you don't have the Mr. Mime, ensure you just need to ensure that you need to isolate the Mr. Mime and kite it, because if you cannot, especially if you don't have the numbers to go through the Mr. Mime, we all know for a fact that Mr. Mime is now not only a support but it's also an attacker and it's also a defender altogether. So essentially an all-rounder, so to say, taking in all of the roles in the game. Now, to answer Charizard is a really good pick. We've seen that on season 0 of Pokemon Unite, and a lot of Pokemon actually got buffed a lot. That it was there are a lot more Pokemon that got more viable to use in competitive play than that of Charizard. But Charizard getting in those buffs quite recently is something. Especially in this map as well, it works so much compared to remote stadium where there's not a lot of wild Pokemon to farm on, whereas Charizard can definitely take up the spotlight in the game much earlier in Thea Sky Ruins, that it just allows to deal so much damage and quite a long range as well, and just essentially run and gunning each and every attack.
And that Seismic Slam as well, that Unite move, is certainly one for discussion, because early doors on Thea Sky Ruins, we've seen a lot of split pushes towards both the north and south path. And I feel as if we've seen a lot more willingness to experiment. I mean, look, if we think back to Remote Stadium, you have one on top path, you have one in the central area, and you have 3 going bottom. That was the established meta going forward. Now we see some going to share central area. We see sometimes the classic ranked format of 2-1-2. Sometimes we see some yearning for the days of Remote Stadium, trying to stick with that 1-1-3 formation. And really, this uncertainty to whether they should split push, whether they should stick together, that's where that Seismic Slam really comes in handy. Because if you're Seismic Slamming versus a team of 5, yeah, you're doing a lot of damage. But if you're isolated and you don't really have that support there to help you, you're going to be going down regardless, especially if you come up against Mew, Glaceon, both really great in this meta. But that's where decisiveness really comes to the forefront. These are competitive teams. These are teams that are communicating. And although it was a surprise maybe to see Charizard across all 8, it does go to show that even in these high-intensity Tier 1 matches, it still has a place.
Yeah, definitely. If you're going to be playing in solo queue, then no, it's not a place to use your Charizard, because you're definitely not going to be able to carry it. But, in this kinds of, settings, then definitely, yeah, for sure, especially that they have the synergy. As you mentioned, they are communicating, they know when to pop their Unites, and that Unite was, I don't know, it's a little bit too strong right now, so I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit of a nerf in terms of that Unite move, because, the moment that Seismic Slam has been popped up, is just, especially when you are all together, you're just going to get disintegrated by that Flamethrower from Charizard.
Now, one Pokemon that we didn't see much of, but what it is allowed, we promise you. We saw it once, it was Dodrio. Now, we do, of course, have Scizor joining Pokemon Unite this week as well. As far as my rule memories go, completely banned from this tournament. If we have a patch come through this week, That's unavoidable. That's something that the players are going to have to deal with.
Right.
It's all out of the equation. So Dodrio, the latest addition to the game, which people can utilize. Of course, really interesting utility late game with its actual EOS energy scoring system, where it divvies up the points and makes sure that you get points off quicker rather than waiting a long time to get all of the points off. But where do you see its role landing overall? Because to me, at least, it seems a little too squishy for it to avoid total annihilation, let's say, if it gets caught out of position. It really does need that team support, which you don't want from a speedster. You want the teamster to lead from the front and then get out of dodge.
Right. I mean, that's generally how, speedsters work. We had Gengar, we have the Talonflame, but this kind of Pokemon, I think it's more of the on-the-job Pokemon. Whereas, at least for Talonflame, Gengar, you could be an assassin for the team, essentially dealing burst damage to the enemy team, and then after that, after taking them out, you're just gonna be scoring. Whereas for the Drio, is Pokemon literally just for scoring and then just going out instead of attacking? Because as you mentioned, it's a little bit too squishy, that it cannot really survive that long on team fights, unless obviously if you can isolate, an enemy Pokemon that you can just attack.
Ironically enough, I think it would have done better on remote stadium, because we do see
it would.
Late game, I like to call this tactic the shrubbery sneak, where you leave one person in a bush right next to your opponent goal as Rayquaza drops. If you feel that you have the opportunity to lay down some double points, then you're in a great position. You might be, in the short term giving up Rayquaza, but if you're confident that your team can stick around, keep 4-3 in the fight, then it's very much worth doing, because that could be the difference maker should that team fight eventually cancel itself out. And Dodrio, well, it relies on speed, and so really you could put anyone in that bush and it would do exactly the same job as Dodrio. But someone that could do many jobs as well, Mew. We saw it quite a few times yesterday as well. In fact, we saw it 7 times. The only time it wasn't present on the field was when it was banned. And I feel like Mew is it's like heaven for attackers, because you have so many options, both support, enhancing yourself, and niche when it comes to your solar beam, surf, or electrical. But there's so many different scenarios which Mew can deal with, and if you're able to rotate through the cooldowns as well, oh my goodness.
Man, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, another thing that makes Mew a little bit too strong, I wouldn't say broken, I wouldn't say broken, just a little bit too strong is that, whenever you're resetting the moveset, right, the move pool for Mew, it doesn't really actually, the cooldown doesn't actually, moves over to the next move. So immediately after resetting, you can just use the next move that you're going to be choosing.
I see an excellent suggestion in chat to the way to counter Mr. Mime is to ban Mr. Mime, and really I'm kind of I'm in the same mind, to be honest. I mean, look, you know how powerful it is. Why would you risk the opposition team choosing it? You're playing with fire otherwise. But we are apparently just about to head into the first draft phase of the day. And remember that this draft phase is happening before every single game. It is a best of 5, and so strap yourselves in, folks. It is going to be a long one as we have our first ban through from Team Switzerland. Speaking of the devil, and they shall appear, but not in this game. It's going to be Mew off the board for Team Switzerland. Not surprising. The other two that we would expect for this first ban would be Glaceon or Mr. Mime. It's really a question of which of the 2 poisons you want to choose.
Or it's either that for the bans, or the teams here would be battling it out who's going to be getting it first. Obviously, it is one of the main picks, right? One of the top picks here. So definitely having that one of the okay, there we go. There's a Glaceon. We still have the Mr. Mime though. We still have the Mr. Mime. So people, the players here are going to be battling who's going to be able to get it first, but. We still have. Oh, there we go. That's what I said.
No surprise whatsoever. Absolutely no. Especially when you've got the likes of, I don't know, Zervas, who's able to run so many great Pokemon. very capable indeed on the Mr. Mime. That is not a surprise whatsoever to see them immediately pick it up. Will the Mr. Mime dominance continue in the Unite European Cup? Of course, let's see and find out. This will be game 5, potentially a 5, should Team Switzerland win, as we await our next pick. Now, if I'm over on Team Sweden, I look for something that's pretty decent, pretty tanky, or something a little bit further range, and they've gone with a tanky option. They've decided to throw down the Charizard, and I think that's certainly a decent foundation, especially when you're building off a Snorlax on top of it.
Wow, that is actually a very amazing choice here. You know, yeah, we're not going to be able to get the Mr. Mime because we already got that, but at the very least, we're going to be able to take down the Charizard, and we have a very huge mobility support CC tank, which is the Snorlax, you know, which could essentially be a huge hindrance towards the enemy team. But as we can see right now, you know, Switzerland is choosing their Aegislash, definitely going to be right now at the very least their team comp is a little bit on a more offensive centric side, whereas Sweden is a little bit balanced. But you know, until we get the third Pokemon, it's only when we can get the grasp of the core of, you know, the composition of these teams.
There's that tankiness you were asking for, Slowbro. And to be fair, that's a really good pick as well. Slowbro in combination with any attacker, really. Such a great counter on Mr. Mime. It's a 2v1 scenario, but it's a 2v1 that's a necessity at this stage. So Slowbro off the table for Sweden. If I'm looking at them, I'm thinking Delphox, maybe Decidueye, just to try and give themselves a bit of range, a little bit of control on the Mr. Mime variable. They could potentially also try and shore up the lines even further with the support. We saw Wigglytuff. We saw Blissey a couple of times previously. Hooper, it seems, completely out of favor with everyone. I would certainly look towards Delphox and Decidueye first and foremost, so you gotta get some damage on the board.
Yeah, definitely, and the backline damage as well. Not just damage, but on the back line. Now, looking at it right now, Switzerland. Oh, there we go. We have the Cinderace, amazing pick. Now, what I can see here right now is that, you know, Team Switzerland, in all honesty, with only these 3 Pokemon, it's already looking so good. Not only do you have the attack, not only do you have the damage, not only do you have the support, but the CCs as well, but you have the tankiness of that of the Slowbro. Now, we're gonna be seeing some bans here with the Greninja for Team Sweden, and then we're gonna be still looking forward to the, you know, the next ban here for Team Switzerland. But going back to Sweden though, you know, Charizard, Snorlax, and the Cinderace, it's a little bit balanced right now. A little bit too, I'd say, kind of a little bit too grim if you pair it off to the first 3 Pokemon of Team Switzerland. Unless they could, you know, get their power spikes earlier than that of Switzerland and essentially negate everything, negate the power spikes rather of Switzerland in the early game, and, you know, steamroll over up until the late game. But we're gonna be seeing the Pikachu.
Interesting. So we did see a Pikachu come out from Team UK yesterday in a, albeit in vain, effort to try and stop the Mr. Mime. But then again, it's hard to read. Was Team UK really that much behind Team France? Was it just an off day? Maybe in different hands, this Pikachu could be good. Cinderace, of course, is the first time that we've seen it all tournament. I think that's actually a great pick. It is a slippery customer, and with Mew off the table, and with Pikachu off the table now for Team Switzerland, there are no Electroballs to go chase this one down. I think that's a really smart pick, especially since they have Blissey taken off the table. I would have expected Blissey on Team Sweden, but Switzerland have denied them that, and so they've got to play to their strengths or as best as they can put together. That's a really, really ominous choice, though, against Team Sweden. Switzerland going with the Lucario, gotta be an attack weight, surely. We know in the hands of the likes of Saryu, Klaus, this is a dangerous Pokemon. It's in a great place right now.
Wow, this is... Oh, and we have this Decidueye as well. We're talking about how, you know, Team Sweden is the one that would need the backlane damage, but, you know, it is going to be Switzerland getting in that balance out offense. We have the, the backlane damage, which is that of the Decidueye. We have the frontliner, which is that of the Lucario, and then we do have, you know, a little bit of mid-range to close range Aegislash, and the frontliner damage initiator, which is, you know, the Slowbro, and we have the all-around Pokemon Mr. Mime, which makes it a really balanced out team, I'd say, with a little bit a little bit, a little bit of a sprinkle over that offense. Whereas Team Sweden here, it's, well, yeah, I kind of agree with the Pikachu, but their team right now is looking a little bit too squishy.
It really is, especially when you consider the distance that Decidueye can pick off opponents from.
Yeah.
We've only seen it once in day one, but I think here and now, that's not just great for covering off the potential Mr. Mime threat should Sweden have picked it, but it's great for their own team considering what they're going up against. I think for the likes of Talonflame, for the likes of Cinderace, they have got a big job on their hands as they will need to find themselves at their final evolution sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this could be a real steamroll. I think Switzerland definitely won the draft there. But hey, look, Sweden, they've got some great players to work with. And ultimately, the comps mean nothing if the early game goes against the grain. So still plenty of time here for Sweden to prove us wrong effectively. But Switzerland definitely looking the better, at least from their team comp.
And we'd want to as well. If they can prove us wrong, please, we're more than welcome to be proven wrong. Please, Sweden, I'd love that. I'd love that.
And hey, it's a best of 5 as well. So even if this one goes down the drain, they have still got at least 2 more matches to try and right the ship. So Group B is going to get kicked off very soon indeed. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. If you're new to the channel, please feel free to follow. We've also got a Twitter. Feel free to follow us at Unite Battle Hub over there. We've also got, of course, if you're French and you're like, qu'est-ce que c'est? Well, hey, Pump is streaming on his channel as well. Those are the 2 official broadcasts to watch out for. But we do hope that you very much stick with us here because there's going to be lots of excitement. And trust us 2 are going to get very excited indeed, especially if the match is going to go the way that we think it will. And speaking of how we think the match will go, let's get a series prediction from you, JJ. Of course, we will have many drafts to come. We've only seen the draft for game number 1, but based on the team comp that we see here, that will probably be 1 win to one of these 2 teams, right? That's how this works.
Well, of course.
Also looking at the rosters for both of these teams as well. Who do we think is going to come out on top, and by what margin?
Right. So for me right now, as we can see on the draft, I think I'd have to agree with you with what you said earlier. Team Switzerland definitely wins this draft, and hypothetically speaking, they can win on the offense side as well. Again, the only way I can see right now, obviously outside the macro and outside factors, is that the only way for Team Sweden to win here is if they can get their power spikes earlier than that of Team Switzerland. But if they are on the equal footing, I think they're going to have a hard time going against Switzerland, especially with this composition, especially with that Mr. Mime and Slowbro.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it is a little too early, perhaps, to call the series scoreline. But whatever way it does go, I do actually think that this is going to go all the way to Game 5. I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched. You have one that arguably has the better players. You've got others who have arguably got the better player average in terms of how they've performed in the past. But the past means nothing now. It's all about what you can do in the here and now. Again, we are very soon going to be jumping into the game, but for me, in this particular one, I think that composition for Switzerland, far too strong. I'm also signed up to the Mr. Mime supremacy. It has not lost a single game in the Unite European Cup to date.
No, yeah, I mean, one of the lose comps, right? Lose cons, right? Lose conditions for the current meta in the game. It's not having a Mr. Mime. So definitely that's already 1 point on Team Switzerland, unfortunately for Team Sweden. But then again, just to reiterate, Team Sweden, sorry, I keep on saying Twim? Yeah, Team Sweden, please, if you can, prove us wrong, please do. We'd love that. And speaking of proving us wrong, we are now going into game number 1 of Switzerland and Sweden. Let's have a champion time.
So it looks like we're going to have that central area invade coming through from the Snorlax from Sweden. Vazid on this, and we did see a couple of times. We saw Greedent on the invade as well, and it looks like we're going to have a counter invade here. Volto in the Aegislash, currently a Hone Edge at the moment, but looking for that early pick on the Acelagor, and that's not great for Tans, of course, on this Cinderace, who is going to lose out already. Oh no, it could not have gone any worse. Here comes the Charmander to try and help, but
my goodness. That was too early. That was too early of an invade, and they're going to be able to seal down. And obviously, also the Snorlax is going to be able to seal down the the blue buffs, sorry, the violet buffs as well into the side of Team Switzerland. But here comes this 2v1 situation here, but they're gonna get punished. And you know, after that happened, at least they're gonna be able to get back their own violet buffs. But it's gonna get stolen by the Talonflame again over to Sweden.
Yeah, the damage was done though. I think really it was the wrong Pokemon that got the buff and then got knocked out. They would have rather had the Cinderace there. But to be fair, sorry, not Cinderace, the Score Bunny already up to Raboot, and so not all is lost for Sweden. The early score very equal at the moment as Dragon Ball, they are going to be on the Mr. Mime for Switzerland. They're the ones to watch out for. Volto's come into the bottom path, and they're going to be caught out here by Zante. Although what a great from Volto, and they're not going to go down either, or are they? They're going to try and go in on Zante. So close to taking them down. Dragon Ball versus Zante. Huge, but not huge enough. Dragon Ball wins out.
This is what we're talking about, Mr. Mime. You know, you don't want to 1v1 Mr. Mime in any level, because even if it still doesn't have the power swap, Psychic alone can deal so much damage, can deal so much Sigma damage, and the stun as well, allowing you to freely attack you for a second. That is a little bit too much, especially against a Pikachu.
Yeah, 100%, and we're going to have the clouds come and go very quickly indeed. And, well, we were talking about that Lucario stacking. Well, they do go down eventually, but you can see already how much damage they're able to put out here. Dragon Ball coming in to clean
power swap.
The power swap coming through, forced into the
that's
rest.
It. Snorlax, they're going to be sleeping to your KO.
Bye-bye. Yep.
Oh my goodness, and here comes the power swap again, obviously healing down this Doublade, and they're going to be able to get some stacks as well, scoring in, and 2v2 situation, 2v3, oh my goodness, here comes Wide Guard, they're going to get punished here. It's going to be 4v1, well, it's going to be hard town, it's going to be a hard climb, you know, on this mountain, but Dragon Ball, still with a Mr. Mime, trying to play it safe, you know, waiting for the team to just get in, and buying some space, actually, and going to be able to destroy the first score goal instead of the top path, waiting for the Regieleki to pressure down the top path even further.
That's unfortunate for Zed, unable to stop the 27 from going down. It's our first zone of the day. Not a hard rotate from Sweden either way. They've got two on bottom path. They're now looking to rotate up to top, but the Regieleki has already gone the way of Switzerland, and they're finding joy on the top path. So Sweden, they got to stop the rot.
No, yeah, exactly. You know, Switzerland, not only were they able to get in the Regieleki, but they still have a little bit too much of a space to their hands, going to the bottom path, actually taking that Reggie as well without any contest. But here comes Knock Knock from that of the Sidowai, gonna be able to take down two in the process. But here comes another one here. They're still not gonna stopping here. It's gonna be 4v1, 4v2 situation, and there comes the Regieleki coming into the score goal, and that's gonna be another one on the ground, on the table for Team Switzerland. Now they need to get away here, or else they're gonna be able to be taken down. But Service here doing so much, buying time for their teammates just to get away, and that sacrifice wasn't in vain.
Oh, and Dragon Ball's going to get the invade on the Accelagol once again. They keep on encroaching on Sweden's territory, and they keep on getting away with it. I want to give a big shout out to Ray Tao. Such great usage of the Unite move. And also shout out to both him and Neverix, both actually French, but utilizing Swiss heritage to take part in the Unite European Cup. They're finding great success here already as Sweden looks to push top path.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the pressure coming from Sweden. They need to answer back because they got taken down earlier on. But here comes Flames. It's going to be used. Oh, did they got anyone? I'm not sure. I think that was a... Oh, yeah, that was a Decidueye. There's going to be two down for the Talonflame. But Dragon Ball here just chilling, just trying down, you know, the jungles here from the side of Sweden. But here comes Sweden just answering back. There's going to be two down, though, for the Age Slash. But they're going to be answered back here. But the Fly here, they need to get away. That's going to be three down for Sweden. That's not working out pretty good for them as Sarzarg wants to get away here, but you know, Snorlax here doing a pretty good job of buying some time just so that the Talonflame can get out and survive for another day.
Yeah, Zervis and Bolto there really utilizing the shieldage that both of those Pokemon can provide. We know that Zervis, a favorite on the Slowbro. I was half expecting him to move over to Mr. Mime just for the meta's sake, but hey, if you've got a great Slowbro player, you want the Slowbro, especially with the utility. Nice dodging here, and once again, another Talonflame Unite move coming out. It all comes to naught as Dragon Ball has the Seismic Slam solely on him, but look how long he's surviving. Finally, they go down, but it's all too little, all too late, JJ. Regieleki, the second one goes to Switzerland too.
Oh my goodness, Reggie Lecky 2 goes to Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about when we were talking. This is what we're talking about the composition of Team Switzerland. You can see how they can just prolong themselves into team fights. So yes, Zenbaz is gonna be taken out here, gonna get picked off. Oh wow. Here comes the amazing ability here coming from Slowbro, allowing it to survive even further. And here comes the Mr. Mime as well. They're gonna be able to. Oh, they're not gonna be able to take down Dragon Ball as well, but they're going to be the one reverse Uno card here from the side of Switzerland. It's gonna be 3 down in the process, almost taking down everyone as well.
That was 3 Unite moves, I believe, in the space of 5 seconds. And that was a lot of non-progress that we saw there. Not a single score put down, and it's all thanks to the incredible defense that Switzerland is putting up here. You just take a little look at the levels, folks. We're seeing 13, 12, 12, 11. Zervus, the lowest on 10 for Switzerland. Well, you've got 2 on 10 for Sweden. You've only got 1 on 12. That's the Cinderace. They are behind in level. They are well behind in points. Going into Rayquaza, if it is to say it's a similar sort of level here, they might need to have a better endgame than even we would expect in the Thea Sky Ruins meta.
Right. If Sweden wants to win here, they're definitely going to want to isolate Team Switzerland here, take them off one by one, because as we can see so far in the team fights, they cannot rush them into, they cannot fight them all off all at once, because all the damage, all the defense here from Switzerland just allows them to be, to stay longer into team fights. And right now, see, even the Charger is not doing anything into the Mr. Mime.
Ray Tao. That's a nice bit of early damage, and goodness me, they did not survive long in that fight, did the Cinderace. Back to base, you go. It's a decent push from Switzerland, but they are going to pay for it. Vizid there with the KO. Zante looking to push Zervus back, but again, they've got that Decidueye staying out of arm's length. The power swap coming through. Zervus, they've got the Scold build. Is it going to do much? It's going to slow down Starzerg. They're going to try and chase after. They're not going to get too much further. Vizid back to base as Rayquaza enters the fray.
Right, and here you go. As you say that, as the Rayquaza is now up, as a dragon is now up in our field, we can definitely see how Switzerland still does have the positional advantage. Not only that, but still doesn't have any score goals broken down, into the side, into their side. But Sweden here is looking for a way to get in, trying to look for that hole that they can go through going against Team Switzerland. I like what they're doing. They're trying to pick them off one by one, but unfortunately, Switzerland's a little bit too fast in reacting and, essentially responding to their teams when they need it.
And Switzerland arguably actually has the harder job on defense here because their 2 tier 1 zones are still up. There is the potential for Sweden to switch their strategy here. The seismic slam is going to come around there. Through comes the Unite move from Talonflame as well. Showstopper is going to be there. We're going to have Snorlax going to sleep. That's a lot of CC. That's a lot of shielding. That is a 3 KO streak here for Team Sweden as they look to try and take down Rayquaza.
Oh, here comes the Slowbro. Wants to take charge. Slow Beam is going to be used as well. But Sweden here needs to target lock this Rayquaza if they want to win. And they're going to be able to take down this Slowbro as well. Here comes little Lucario, still alive here. Wants to steal this one away. But they're going to be able to take it out. And Sweden's going to be able to guarantee this Rayquaza for themselves. But the question is, are they going to be able to score so much that they can catch up into the side of Switzerland, or would Switzerland just take them all out or counter score? But here comes the first 86 points here from Sweden. Are we going to be seeing some more? That's another 100 here. That's a hundo. Switzerland still in the lead, but never mind. This is going to put them on the map. One more score. That's 313. They need one more score. One more score, Sweden, is all you need to get ahead of Switzerland. But Switzerland here doing so much of a great defense away from them, not allowing them to score and take the win from them.
And we've got to credit Switzerland here because through Raytao, through Volto, that is a final 36. Now hold up, folks. We need 1 more score.
It's not enough to catch up to Switzerland, unfortunately.
That is such a shame. Quick maths is not something that historically I've been good at in any esport, let me put it that way. But it was a scary moment there for Switzerland. I think, honestly, looking back on that entire team fight and how that was broken down, the biggest problem that Sweden faced was the fact that Starzerg on the Talonflame was taken down by the Rayquaza. When you have one less player with one less shield to try and help with those pushes, you're going to be struggling. And ultimately, it was a great rebuttal actually from Switzerland to throw two players up there, Volto and Reitau, looking to push on the bottom path. It did force Starzerg onto the defense once again, rather than pushing them up to try and go for that tier 2 bottom path zone. Ultimately, Sweden with too much to do, JJ, in the final 2 minutes, although a spirited effort, I think we will call that, and certainly plenty of hope going into game number 2.
No, yeah, definitely. In this kind of composition, as you know, just going back in this kind of composition, Switzerland definitely has the upper hand from the early game because they essentially don't need any power spikes at all. Whereas into the side of Team Sweden, they need to level up. They need to get their unite moves before they can actually go online, going against this kind of composition of Team Switzerland. And we definitely see how it was, you know, at the final team fight, you know, going into that other Rayquaza, they were able to pick them off one by one, know their priorities, know their targets as well, and from there on out, you know, just get in some scores.
Well, Mr. Mime is 5 for 5 in the Unite European Cup. The dominance does continue, but we're only done with game 1 of potentially 5 here in Switzerland versus Sweden. When we return after the break, game number 2 coming your way. It's after this.
Call you up late at night, and we know it's for the best. I won't put up a fight, cause when the daylight comes I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know, and I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. you're prepared to break the silence, I'll be out in the sunshine, running beside the lions. I've been feeling down, but I've been looking up, afraid to fall. God, I've been so down, can you pick me up? Don't let me fall. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge.
Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Is this thing on? This is... Yeah, oh, wow, it's on. Hello, friends. Hello, hello, all. And welcome back, of course, to United European Cup. It's Sweden versus Switzerland. It's game number 2, and we're already well into the draft. Relic joined by JJ Kun, and already we see the bans before us. JJ, Glaceon, and a target ban of Lucario for Team Sweden. Mr. Mime off the table by Switzerland. So rather than seeing Sweden take the Mr. Mime ban, they've decided to take it into their own hands. Blissey, another ban that's consistent from game number 1. And it does feel like we've switched teams, but the rosters haven't switched sides necessarily, because we have a Charizard, we have a Snorlax, but this time they're on Switzerland. Sweden utilizing the Mew and the Slowbro that was so associated with Zervas from game number 1. But fascinatingly, Sweden picking up their mascot effectively of Zeraora. I don't see that too often. A Trevenant and an Eldegoss both seeing action here as well.
I wonder if this is going to be a Wild Charge Zeraora instead of the Discharge, because we already have the AoE damaging Pokemon with CC that comes in the form of the Trevenant, and we have the support as well, you know, that is the Eldegoss, and we have the Power Tank, which is the Slowbro, as we guys have mentioned, and obviously most of the damage is going to be coming from that Mew and the Zeraora. Obviously we still have Curse here into the side of Trevenant, but you know, that's just going to be a little bit of a secondary damage in terms of team fights. Now, into the side of Team Switzerland, they have the Charizard, Aegislash, Snorlax, Absol, and the Sylveon. They are leaning more towards the offensive side. It's a little bit, their composition switched as well. That's what I would say.
I was going to say, like, now who's the squishy one? It really feels as if Switzerland are basically looking to rely on their form from game number 1 to take them through. I really like the pick of the Sylveon. I think the Hyper Voice Carmine Sylveon in this current meta is fantastic for that narrow band AoE damage, especially when you're dealing with quite close quarters Pokemon such as Snorlax, such as Aegislash, such as Absol as well. As long as you're able to get your supports in there, of which Trevenant I think will be an excellent support Pokemon for a Sylveon. Of course, they didn't have that option though. Trevenant over, I should say, on the side of Team Sweden. That's going to be a benefit for them, especially with that Mew pick. I can't help but feel that Mew is going to be such an important pivot of their team moving forward, because their biggest problem, Sweden, early game, mid game as well, was simply put, scoring goals. And that is what cost them in the end.
I mean, yeah, definitely, you know, for Team Switzerland, right now, at least for this comp, they can definitely, you know, force the issue against Team Sweden. But if Team Sweden can, you know, survive and prolong themselves from the team fights that, you know, Team Switzerland is going to be putting them in this game, I think they have a pretty good chance of winning. So if there's anything, it's a little bit too 50-50 right now, but I'm leaning towards more into Team Sweden winning this game.
I'm 100% with you there. I think that the advantage that Switzerland has got is that they have a win under their belt. They're feeling confident, and they know that even despite Sweden picking off Rayquaza last game, they still weren't able to recover the deficit. But it really does come down to this early game. Of course, we saw an invade and a counter invade early doors. It was kind of successful for both teams, but it was successful for the wrong Pokemon when it came to Team Sweden, because we saw that Snorlax invading. Yeah, they got the buff, but ultimately you want that buff, you want that XP to go the way of the Pokemon that still need to evolve early game, and that was the Cinderace, which did okay, but we don't see it again. Didn't really work long term, didn't work as intended. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Sweden fight back here. I think that they've got a great composition. I love the addition of Mew, and I think that Mr. Mime being taken off the table, yeah, we can argue and say, sure, Sweden might have done it anyway, but I can't help but feel that Switzerland may be bending one arm behind their own back here.
No, yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, you know, they have a little bit of pros and cons here. Switzerland definitely has the more, they have the more offensive, you know, composition. So if they can push immediately at the start of the game, then definitely they would have the advantage up until the late game. But we cannot dismiss Sweden as well, because we already saw what they can do, especially in the late game.
Well, here comes Volto, already looking for a pick on Vazid, who's moved over to the Eldegoss from the Snorlax. We should also mention, yes, we know Switzerland are still in the purple and Sweden are still in the orange. These sneaky players, they say one thing and then they do another. That's just the Pokemon Unite way, as the KO eventually comes through from Volto. But I think they, they got countered hard by Tanz and Zante, and now they move both into the bottom half here to support the Slowpoke. Oh, that's a bit of a whiff there from the Solar Beam, and away scurries Dragontal.
But that's fine as well, you know, like that Solar Beam, while it is whipping, it actually provided a lot for Team for Team Sweden, just because of the fact that, you know, at least they were able to diminish the pressure that was onto their bottom path. But right now, let's find out if they're going to be able to get the birds up into that of the top path. Switzerland's going to be able to take most of that and going to be pressuring them as well, scoring down into that of the top path, taking down one KO in the process. But into that of the bottom path is quite the opposite, as Team Sweden is the one pushing in.
Yeah, it's an overcommitment from both teams, and you're seeing the results that really comes from that. Now we see 3 for Sweden, just hanging around this goal, but there is the Hyper Voice, so useful for objective securing. Dragon Val, though, whoa, the boosted attack almost snipes them, picks up the Citrus Berry to stay in the battle for long. Gotta say, I don't envy Starzerg moving from Talonflame over to Trevenant, 2 very different play styles. Of course, a substitute in his own right, so gotta be prepared to flex on all those roles. Got a big job ahead of them as another attempted invade from Volto ends in tragedy.
Right, Volto is going to be taken down. That's going to be a huge blow into the side of Switzerland, as Sweden is now taking the advantage, taking in all the XPs against Switzerland. And right now, Sweden, I like what they're doing. They're ensuring that, you know, we're not going to be taking all these team fights. We're only going to be taking what we can. Yes, here comes a slow, we're going to be taken down in the process into that of the bottom path, but you know, it's fine because there's still not going to be a lot here. The slow roll, despite getting taken out at level 6, it already can help on huge team fights later on. But here comes the discharge, not the wild charge. The discharge, unfortunately, not going to be able to bring them along. But the boosted basic attack for the Mew is going to be able to end it all. But now into that of the top path, the Vorix trying to end things up into the Eldegoss, and they could as well, 2v1. But it is going to be the Trevenant going to be taken down. It's going to be 2 down for the side of Sweden.
It's a slither of health, and Neverix gets away with it. Another 13 down, but another 7 down on the bottom path. It's very much a punch for a punch here from both of these sides, as no one is hard rotated for either Reggie, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we continue to see this sort of split push. The first goal going down will be essential to dictating the future course of both these teams.
Right, and here comes the objectives. Everyone just waiting for the team fight. Whoever wins the team fight in this current time would get the guaranteed objective. But here comes the white guard coming from Bolto, going to be able to miss and whiff that first sacred sword, but still not going to be enough here. They're just trying to poke them up to, before they can take in the Reggie Electric. But here comes White Guard once again. Here comes Horn Leech as well into sorry, not Horn Leech, into the Volta. Stars are going to be taken down as well. They're going to be 2 down into the side of Team Sweden. Switzerland going to be able to destroy this first score goal, allowing that, you know, Absol to destroy that and put them a little bit more pressure as they take in the Reggie Elecki.
And I really like that choice from Sweden of putting both Trevenant and Eldegoss on the top path to try and stall, but ultimately that was brilliant from both the Absol and the Aegislash, picking off the Eldegoss first, then going after the Trevenant. Really nice prioritization. It's led to them securing that first Regieleki, and because Sweden is now hard rotated up to defend that Regieleki, I mean, obviously they were still hoping to try and contest for it. Now Switzerland has got the rung over the bottom path, going for Reggie Ice. Yeah, you get the health. Basically, it's a worse version of leftovers, but what it is good for is that general gain in XP. It's going to help everyone across the board, and so in terms of that first Reggie drop, it's Switzerland with the advantage, but Sweden with the points advantage after all.
Right, but you know, right now points, you can essentially just run it back later on at the late game. But what's good about Switzerland is getting that Reggie Lecky provides some huge space that they were able to take down, you know, the bottom path. But as I say that, the Sylveon is going to be taken down, and that's going to be another one. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade here as the Seismic Plan is going to be popped. But here comes the slow bro. Are they going to be able to survive this with the Amnesia? No, they're not. They're going to get poked here by the sword of this amazing Aegislash, and of course, Branch Poke, the Horn Leech, just gonna be used here to get away. But Mew, Mystical Mirage, gonna be used. Are they gonna be able to get away? Electro Ball, not gonna do a lot. Boosted basic attack, but here comes the Sylveon as well in the process. But the Aegislash is just going to end things up. But here comes the Slowbro, a little bit too late from responding. Not gonna be able to ensure the life of the Mew.
Yeah, a bit of a panic situation there for Sweden as the reinforcements kept on coming and coming and coming, and it eventually got to a point where we saw 2 Unite moves utilized when really they didn't have to. It would have been better to just take the KO or retreat in the first place. The clouds are here and they're gone already, although that's a lovely bit of damage there for the Solar Beam, and a wonderful body block from Ray Tao to deny denying the it's almost certain KO on Zeverix, of course, teammate to Ray Tao when it comes to regular Pokemon Unite. So these two knowing each other incredibly well as our second Regieleki is dropped, and this time Sweden much better prepared, all 5 on top path.
That was actually beautiful of support coming in from that of the Charizard, but going down to the top path, we're going to be seeing another team fight here. Here comes Switzerland having that huge offense once again, but Cutting Crash is going to be used here just to push away opponents. Midnight Slash is going to be used as well. Here comes Electro Ball, Plasma Gale is going to be used. They're going to still not going to be able to take down this Absol, but here comes Seismic Plank once again from the Charizard into the side of Switzerland. They're going to be able to take down 1 in the process. No, make that 2. Is that going to be 3? Mew going to be able to get away with the Helmet Eject button, but never mind. You're not going to be able to get away because here comes a Blast Burn coming in from the Charizard, burning you all the way to the ground. That's going to be the 4 KO into the side of Team Switzerland.
JJ spitting facts, Raytal spitting fire. What a brilliant 3 KO streak, and the Reggie Alecki to boot. Sweden, they have been much closer over the course of this game, but still they are unable to secure those crucial objectives, which could help them so much mid-game. We're less than a minute out from Rayquaza. Not exactly the unenviable position Sweden was in last time out, but Switzerland starting to take advantage on those levels, starting to see a lot more joy. It all comes down to this.
Right, and now this Reggie Alecki is just letting Switzerland, do their objectives right now, get more XP, get more levels before the Dragon comes out in less than half a minute. But here comes Sweden, just going to be able to try to score down, but they're going to be ambushed here, but the 80 slash is going to be a 1-for-3 situation here, but here comes the response here from the team Switzerland. This is going to be 2 down in the process in just quite a few seconds at the same time. At the same time, that I just like to point out how that much of a response here from Team Switzerland, knowing that okay, I see them. You need to come here right now. That are the top part. We need to take it out. But here's a Plasma Gale going to be forced upon just to survive. But unfortunately, Taz is going to be oh, never mind. That was quite an N1 NBA move right there, crossover. But is that gonna be enough though? I don't think it's gonna be enough. Here goes Wild Charge just to buy some time for themselves, but they're not gonna be able to buy time so much that they're gonna be surviving for the Dragon fight. But here comes Starzard getting blocked here by the blast, not the blasters, by the Snorlax, and going to be picked up as well. Here comes a potion. Gonna be get away? Yes, they would. But Volto going to try to attack once again. Starzard. That was a little bit too risky, especially for Volto. They could have just like left and disengaged, but they still forced in some damage in. That's why they got picked off.
I'm not entirely sure what Sweden were thinking there, because there was so much time bought by the Zero Aura and damage done onto Volto as well. And somebody stop this sword, please, by the way, because he is running riot. It's all gone very calm all of a sudden, as finally we have the engage with 1 minute left to go. All have respawn for Sweden, but already the damage being done on Galnagunner on that slow bro. You expect them to stick around longer than they are. They're not, and they've got to watch out for Raytal, because they have been running the scene.
Fire Blast can pop up as well. But here comes Slow Beam into that of the Charizard just to not allow it to use his Unite move. But unfortunately, he still hasn't used his Unite move. But here comes the Slicing Slam, as I just mentioned. That's going to be 3 down into the side of Sweden. No, make that 4 perhaps, as the Slowbro is going to be going down. But Eldegoss, you're not going to be able to do a lot of damage here, as we are 3 here. There's going to be 3-for-1 trade here. 3-for-1 situation, rather, is going to be the player of the game here. And they're going to... Oh, wow, look at the Eldegoss actually surviving for so long. Almost, you'd think almost that it was like a tag in their game, but right now they're not going to be taking down this Rayquaza, as Sweden is just going to FF this game.
Did Raytal even have any health at the end of that? It looked like that health gauge was pretty drained, and sadly, that is a new record for the Unite European Cup on here on day number 2 already. Sweden coming away with the lowest score of counted at the end of the round. Technically, you can say that they didn't reach the very end of the game, so maybe a saving grace on that one. But that team fight could not have gone any worse. And when you have so much time being bought by your speedster, drawing at least one, arguably the most important player on Switzerland in that last game away from the fight, you've got to communicate and engage there. And then this is your opportunity. Zeverix on the Absol was down as well. It was your moment. You didn't take it. And I do feel sorry for Tans, because that's a lot of good work that's gone to waste. Switzerland 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, but still, Sweden here is definitely trying to balance it out. They're trying to ferry it off against Switzerland, and we can definitely see how they are, going toe to toe against Switzerland. It's just that, the early game, I just like to point out as well, the early game, Sweden definitely is getting in, has that early game, but going into the mid game, Switzerland were able to get in their power spikes, especially with that of the Aegislash and the Charizard, and obviously we have the help as well coming in from that of the Sylveon. That alone, those Pokemon providing so much damage into Sweden, just that they were able to catch up and overcome them in terms of XP. And from there on out, the macro plays and the synergy coming from Switzerland that we saw on game number 1 was put into play once again, and they were able to steamroll over them up until the late game.
You speak about macro. I also want to point out the micro. We consider that first Regieleki push where we saw a Trevenant and an Eldegoss. You're expecting that combo to hold the line whilst you go for the bottom Reggie. It wasn't the case because of how well established Volto and Neverix had their strategy laid out. They knew, okay, we got to go for Eldegoss first and foremost. We've got the scaling, we've got the damage to be able to do it. So let's do it. They did it so successfully, and it just started to roll out of Sweden's, but at least it was rolling out of Sweden's hands. It wasn't exactly they'd tripped over, fumbled the ball, and it was now off the edge of a cliff or anything. There is hope for Sweden yet, but they have to win 3 in a row to win the series now. Game number 3 is coming up, and it's after this break. We'll see you then.
Whispered promises straight to my heart. I'd never noticed, but you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you gave me roses, set me apart. All I feel was bliss, but you were never there, you were never there. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Down in empty streets, looking for joy. I don't wanna admit I'm better on my own, better on my own. You say we're not meant for each other. I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the one to flee, like the one to leave. I never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned a lesson? Sorry, I will never be. Even in your dreams, the one you wanna see. Think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where.
Sorry that I fall away sometimes. Yeah, yeah. The end. Got to end it all on the weekend. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Oh, oh, yeah. You don't really wanna know me. Hanging in the corner with a nosebleed. High on whatever they sold me. That's the old me, yeah. 6 years later trying to find me. Still trying to figure out the line piece. Looking for the love inside me.
Hello friends and welcome back. We might very well be on the precipice of our first sweep of the Unite European Cup. If you're a Sweden fan or if you're just a neutral, we certainly hope that that isn't the case, right? We being myself, Relic, him, JJ Kun, of course, a big shout out to Digital Bacon and Gamma on production today, bringing you all of these wonderful picks and bans. And we have a target ban, but ironically not from Sweden. JJ, very similar to last game where Switzerland banned their own Mr. Mime away from Sweden. They've now taken their own Charizard out of the equation. Talonflame gone as well, so Starzerg not going to be maining that. Glaceon and Slowbro taken out of the equation by Sweden. And, well, unfortunately for Sweden, Switzerland have landed themselves with a Mr. Mime. Sweden themselves, they've got Mew, and they finally got that Felicity after it being banned twice. But you got to fear for Sweden because Switzerland, every single time, they've nailed the composition and nailed the in-game strategy too.
Yeah, and what do I call this? In addition to that, they have the execution as well, to complement that composition along with them. But right now, as I can see it, Team Sweden is leaning more towards a single target offense here, especially with Zarina. Yes, there's a stomp. There is the the trop kick, but we have the Unite move, which is only targets one Queen Ascendance, and we have the CC as well into the side of the Mamos one. If it is Ice Fang, then I think they are going to be looking towards isolating everyone into the side of Switzerland and taking them out one by one. But the problem is, would they be able to do it, especially with this kind of composition coming in from Switzerland with the Snorlax and the Mr. Mime? However, we're going to be seeing some push your CCs as well with the Trevenant and some backlane damage in the form of the Cinderace.
I like the Cinderace pick for Switzerland. They needed some damage on that. Of course, Volto on the Aegislash was absolutely cracked in game number 2. But I think that is a great pick just for the range, because otherwise that team is looking a little bit too close. But then again, you consider the fact that you've got Mr. Mime and Trevenant on the same team. And that, in terms of short range AoE crowd control, is absolutely terrifying. Combined with Snorlax as well, that's City. But I'm actually quite happy that Sweden have been allowed the luxury of getting the Blissey. It could at least help keep them in team fights for a little bit longer. They got that Mew as well, and so a bit of utility there. They got the Decidueye, potentially one of the best counters to Mr. Mime, and indeed this entire strategy that they're looking to run through Mime, through Trevenant, as they're able to pick them off from a range. But then again, it puts so much pressure on that one player or two players in this case, I guess, with the Mew and the Decidueye, where you need them to get up to speed so quickly so that the scaling works in their favor. They've always got a damage advantage over the opposition team, and if you are the opposition team, then you're looking at Mew, you're looking at the Decidueye, and you're thinking, well, there are our prime targets for the early game.
Yeah, and if you're gonna be able to take them all out, then essentially you're pulling a leg here from the side of Team Sweden. But until that happens, I think Sweden can still have a pretty good chance of taking out Team Switzerland, on over to our team fight, especially in the early game, where Switzerland is still gonna be waiting a little bit, because what Switzerland has as an advantage against Sweden is that they have the they have the defense Yeah, they're very buffed right now. They're very buffed, but they don't have the damage. They need to wait for Dragon Veil and Nevorix, and even Volta actually. They need to wait for these three Pokemon to actually get their power spikes before they can actually deal damage. But until that happens, Sweden has that how do I say this? They have this moment, this time to take over Switzerland, and they cannot let that opportunity slip by.
It comes across as a very safe composition from Switzerland,
Right.
which when you're 2-0 up in a series, that's not a bad call, truth be told. And especially from when one of those safe picks is Mr. Mime, arguably, almost certainly at this point in time, the best Pokemon to utilize in the game just for how much it can do in one go. Solo fights, team fights, objective secures, zone pushes. It does it all. And you're right. This is now entirely on. They basically pushed the responsibility onto Sweden to say, look, you think you're good enough? Come and get us. Because early game, that's where this is
Right.
going to be decided. You let us get up to speed by the midway point at your own peril.
Right. And speaking of which, this might very well be the final game for this matchup if Switzerland wins this game. And let's find out together who's going to be winning this one. Switzerland versus Sweden, potentially the final match. Let's have a champion time.
Once again, we have the invade coming through from Volto. Looks like Dragonval actually going to go up in support, and it's fascinating how the invade meta that was so short-lived with Greedent before its eventual nerf is now back in full force with so many different styles of Pokemon, but it's because of how many wild Pokemon you can pick off in the central area and beyond. It looks like it's all going to come to nothing as some early scores come on through, but Dragonval going to rotate back down to bottom path. Looks like Volto's going to rotate up to top path to go and support that Trevenant still in its Phantom stage.
Right, and we can boosted basic attack here. Not gonna be able to do a lot here with the rest, just recovering some health. But Starzard here trying to get away a little bit too greedy, a little bit overextended here. Gonna get punished in the process as well. But what's important is that at the very least they were able to get in their stacks. But this Blissey, they're not gonna go anywhere with this kind of gameplay.
There's almost a bit of time stopping there as Galnagana tried and tried, but was not able to stay up for too long. These clouds almost certainly going to go the way fully of Switzerland. They pick them up nicely. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming through from the Solar Beam as Tan's trying to pick up some of the gobs as well. They do manage to come through with some decent XP gain. They rotate back just to try and save some face. Early lead going to Switzerland, 53-31.
Right, but Cini here still not going to be able to do much here. They still need to get that level so that they can get in, their Serena, because only then would they be able to actually do so much, especially with their ability, that they can reset their cooldowns. But here comes some subs here. Still not going to be able to take Volto here, but unfortunately with 2v1 situation, you're only going to be able to survive for so long.
I'm really worried about Raytao here. They were so dominant on the Charizard. I get the impression if they keep on being left to their own devices there in the central area, they're going to be one of the worst in the races to deal with. Slippery and full of power. Tans, they're not going to get the pick here as it's Volto through with another KO on the Mew. Starzerg, yep, they are going to pay dearly as Raytao has entered the fray. It's a rest up for the Snorlax. Galnagana keeps on going forward, looking to get the stack. They're not going to get it. It's a 2 KO streak here for Raytao, and they look to be carrying on their great form.
Now, if this goes on, I think Sweden just very well lost the opportunity that they've had, that I was mentioning earlier, that they needed, going against Switzerland, especially with this kind of composition. But now that, Switzerland does have their power spikes, they're just going to go ahead, especially with the Cinderace at level 9 right now, even before the Regieleki. But here comes the Solar Beam, going to be able to take down that amazing Aegislash in the process. But still, it's still not going to be a lot here, as we still have the Cinderace, and we do have this Snorlax and the Trevenant instead of the top path, just helping out, just pushing down, removing the pressure that Sweden is providing Switzerland and dealing some damage from the back lanes as well. And here comes 4-man situation, 4-man rotation that of the top path, as the Mr. Mime is going to be left into that of the bottom path just to provide some space for Team Switzerland. Now let's find out who's going to be able to take down this team fight. Sweden just trying to poke down this Regieleki to bait down Switzerland, and they're going to be able to take this bait. Whoever's going to be able to take down Regieleki, it is going to be the Sweden. It's going to be 6v4 4 situation right now. No, make that 3 as they're going to be taken down as well. Here comes the start. They're going to be 2 down. Unfortunately, the first order is going to be used. It's going to be 2-for-1 situation. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Switzerland. But never mind. They're going to be able to answer back as well. It's going to be 2v2 situation. Sorry, 2-on-2 trade for both of the teams. But they're going to be able to take the Reggie as well at the bottom path into the side of Team Switzerland. But they're going to have a hard time as the Reggie Alecki is still helping out the side of Team Sweden. Right now, we're going to see some mounted mash here. Going to be able to deal some damage. Queen Ascendant is going to be used as well. But are they going to be able to survive this attack from Team Sweden? But Switzerland still doing a lot here. Mammoth Mash is going to be able to do one more. Mammoth One is going to be able to do one more KO before they are out in the field. And just like that, Team Sweden, quite a prolonged team fight, is going to be able to destroy the first score goal of Team Switzerland. This is the first time as well. Oh, actually, never mind. This is not. I thought they were the first one to take out a score goal, but it was Switzerland.
It's certainly Sweden's first Reggie Lecky, though, of the entire series. So that in itself is an excellent... I mean, considering as well that they picked up a Reggie Rock buff halfway through that as well, right, courtesy of Zervas. Wowzers, they did so well. And it was timely evolutions as well, both for the Mammoth and the Serena, able to just block out a lot of damage that otherwise would surely have knocked them down. Now their attention turns to the bottom path, and in comes the power swap. Oh, wow, that's a massive ultimate coming out here from the Snorlax. Really good timing here as the power swap coming through from Zervas as well. Of course, this zone is down on the bottom path for Sweden, so they're pushed all the way back. They've got the powerful ranged advantage that Raytao and Cinderace brings. They're going to go back up and try and pick off some central area jungle. Wouldn't you know it? It has been such an intense game, JJ. We're already into the final 5 minutes, and we're already just seconds away from the second Reggie drop.
Did you see the sustain from the side of Switzerland? Not only was a power nap dealing a little bit of a damage and providing knock-up and healing the Snorlax, but the power swap just essentially, increased the healing that it is getting. But here comes the power swap right now. Switzerland is going to try to initiate the team fight. Once again, Quintessence is going to be used, but they're not going to be able to take down the Mr. Mime. Not quite yet, but here comes the showdown. They're going to be able to take down the Blissey as well, but that's going to be 2 down in the process. Knock from the doors is what's going to be the Decidueye saying, but they're not going to be able to take down anyone at all. But the Bolt is going to be taken down with that of the Aegislash. But here comes Mimir Spot, but going to be pushed down as well. They're going to be stopped. You're not going to be able to put down the Ice Age in this modern time, my dudes. That's what they're saying right now. They're going to be able to take it down in the process. And now Switzerland is all alive and well as they want to get in a little bit of a reset to take down this Reggie Lecky, as Sweden is going to be able to try to take this before Switzerland can get back. But here comes Volto, going to be able to steal away the Reggie Lecky in the process, and they're going to be able to get the punish. But that's all fine and good because they were able to get into Reggie Lecky anyway. But here comes the back lane damage from that of the Cinderace, going to be able to deal some damage. They're going to be able to take down 2 as well. 2-for-2 trade for both of the teams right now. Cinderace trying to deal some damage into Vaseed, but here comes the Fangs from the Ice Age, my dudes. You're not going to go anywhere with this very huge Fangs.
Oh, Vazid, can we just take a moment to solo him out for the moment? What work Vazid is doing. Being a little bit quiet in the past 2 games, but a massive couple of KOs to secure the first Reggie Lecky. Stalling so well for his team in that ensuing team fight, which really could have gone worse, but he was self-isolated. He kept them interested as he is now. Just basically keeping them away from his teammates, stalling so that they can retreat and they can set up their defenses. And again there, some crucial KOs to basically nullify the threat of a team push with the Reggie Lecky. Yes, a Reg Ice, an XP boost, a marginal health recovery boost is going to go the way of Switzerland, but Sweden, they're only 80 points behind. We're 1.5 minutes away from Rayquaza, and I'm looking at this squad and I'm thinking this composition, arguably the best it has ever looked for Sweden, and if they can snipe away that Rayquaza, goodness me, we might have a series on our hands.
We might just get that game number 4 indeed. But right now we have to take a look at the XPs as well. Mew still doesn't have his Unite move where everyone else does have it, but level 14 into the side of the Cinderace, level 13, and the lowest here is a Snorlax switch. Honestly, it's fine as well because all it needs to do is just CC down opponents, especially with that block. But right now Nivorix, a little bit, the poke in here, it's not going to do a lot here. Switzerland still does have the advantages of the XP and let's find out on the power play as well later on at the team fight.
Yeah, Starzog, you can see there, top path was looking to go for the strawberry sneak, but the sneak was very much found out by Volto. Really nice and aware placement, positional-wise here for Switzerland. They know the threat that Sweden can post from those sorts of flanking maneuvers, but then again, Sweden have tried these flanking maneuvers before. It hasn't worked out, and now Starzog is completely isolated. Got a lot of recovery on that Serena, but now it's 2v1. They are forced into the Queen Ascendancy to try and stay up here. The stomp, it comes down, but so does Starzog. Forced back to base. Oh, they got it! What is happening? Oh my word. They've not only taken Rayquaza, they've not only managed to get 100 down, it's 206, 284 now to 186, and they're gonna stop the push from Vazee. JJ, my goodness.
It was only one of them that was able to score in after the Rayquaza pick off. But the question is, Switzerland still does have a lot of time to work here. They still have 30 more seconds. They only need to score in, what, a little bit of a score, like, what, 15, even 10. Nevorix has a little bit too much of a score here that I don't think they're going to be able to score in. But, you know, if Raytro here can score in, I think we're going to be seeing some incredible 3-0 here, but up until that happens, we're gonna see 66 from Sweden. This might just be the game here for Sweden. Wow. Another 64 in the dunk as well. We are looking at a game number 4, my dudes. 3 seconds is not gonna be enough to score in. Beautiful.
Sweden.
That was beautiful.
Sweden. Can we talk about that end game? For the first time this series, we don't just have an excellent strategy, but we have individual heroism. We have Starzog already deflecting attention away from the Rayquaza pit, forcing 2 Pokemon onto them before they finally go down. In the meanwhile, Vazid and the rest of the squad taking down Rayquaza, and on top of that, Vazid ultimately dunking 100, meaning that Switzerland's priorities are split between scoring and defending against an entire team, almost minus Starzog, of course, with that shielding. Beautiful execution from Sweden. They keep themselves alive. Vazid, deserved MVP. What a match from him.
Honestly, though, if there's going to be any MVP, and this is just my personal take as well, I'd have to give it to Starzog instead of Vazid. Vazid definitely did so much in that game, but Starzog at the very last moment, buying so much time for their teammates just to be able to get that Rayquaza, and, you know, that essentially snowballed their way through winning this game if it wasn't for Starzog.
Yeah, 100. I can absolutely agree with that. I think there's a great argument for both. To be fair, everyone did their part. I think that Galnagana didn't really have as great a game as Oblissey as you would want, but a lot of damage taken there. The center of attention, again, deflecting attention away from the damage dealers. Zante and Tans both doing a great job on the Decidueye and the Mew, as we were expecting. It was indeed a good counter to the comp that Switzerland put forward. And hey, for the first time in the Unite European Cup, the team with Mr. Mime does not win. Is this the turning of the tides that Sweden has been waiting for? We will see indeed as game number 4 approaches after this. So, Sweden. They are not going to be the first team, at least yet, swept in the Unite European Cup. Welcome back, folks. It's game 4 of potentially 5. Switzerland with a second attempt to try and close this series off. Relic joined by JJ Kun. We're into the draft phase for game number 4. Glaceon and Mr. Mime off the tables. Sweden with Mew at their disposal once again. And boy, oh boy, was Zante good on Mew in game number 4. It's a renewal of confidence. The reverse sweep is almost on.
Yeah, definitely. But again, it's still going to be a steep mountain decline for Team Sweden, because not only do they need to win one more time, but 2 more times if they want to win this point against Team Switzerland. But in the other side, Team Switzerland only needs to win 1 more time to get this point away from them.
So we have Charizard and Aegislash picked on Switzerland. That is not a surprise. Most likely Reitao and Volto, respectively. Starzerg most likely looking to go into the Serena once again. Not a surprise, as we already picked out in the analysis post-game for number 3. Yeah, pretty good on the Serena indeed. Snorlax is well picked up. I'm wondering if that's Vazid on the Snorlax. And if so, why move away from the Mamoswine when you were so good on it?
Right. I mean, yeah, that's actually a pretty good question, well, with this kind of, tournament format, especially with the pick and ban phase, right, with the drafting, we cannot expect everyone to use the same, set of Pokemons. They're going to be fortunate. They're really going to be lucky if they can, but the chances are very slim if that happens again. So maybe they're looking towards using that Snorlax just so they can cover up what a Mamoswine can do with the Snorlax.
Zervas almost undoubtedly on that Slowbro for Switzerland. We will also probably see Neverix on the Absol once again. Was pretty great when they were on it. A little bit squishy, yes, but in combination with Volto, a real threat. It is what won them game number 2 almost certainly. We now await the final 2 picks from Sweden, the final singular pick for Switzerland. You never know, we might actually see the Mamoswine coming out in the final 2 picks, as the final 2 bans for both sides are Blissey and Cinderace. I think the Cinderace ban may be a little bit weird, because surely you'd want to ban away Absol or another Pokemon when you know that the Charizard, which is what Reitao was on previously, is already... We have ourselves we got a double bird off here. We've got Talonflame and Cramorant as the round off.
Rough, I'd say.
What on earth is this composition? Switzerland going with the Pikachu, just as baffling a choice to me.
I mean, at least for the side of Team Switzerland, right? They already have the Charizard, the Aegislash, the Slowbro. What complements that is the Absol. The Pikachu, I'm not entirely sure. But for the side of Team Sweden, it's... yeah.
I mean,
it's a pretty weird comp.
Look, you've got yourself some stun potential on Switzerland. You got yourself Telekinesis, or indeed the Unite move of Slowbro. You've got yourself stun potential with Slowbeam, that's right. And you got yourself Pikachu with plenty of stun options at their disposal, very much filling in for what Mr. Mime can't give them, as it's of course banned away. And I'm thinking, okay, well, you've got yourself some flexibility if you are Team Sweden, right? You know that you're not going to have the Blissey. What baffles me is not choosing Mamoswine ahead of Snorlax, when Mamoswine, at least on the face of it, appeared to be a much... I don't know if Vazid is way more comfortable with Snorlax, and that Mamoswine was just a pick that the team enforced on him, or is a coach choice or something. But surely you don't fix what ain't broke. And in combination with something like, I don't know, just going to put this out there, an Alolan Ninetales, the free stuns that can come off from that pair, especially if they are paired up on the same path, that is fantastic for early game, which is, again, what Sweden need going into these matches. So it just feels like Sweden has kind of missed the whole point of the draft here, especially considering Talonflame as Cramorant as your last 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, we get it. Like, there's so much offensive potential here for this composition. We have the Mew, we have the they have the Mew, they have the Serena, they have the Talonflame, they have the Cramorant. But at the end of it all, it's only Vazid Right? It's only Vazid that can complement this, and if Vazid gets taken out, everyone else is gonna get taken out as well. Yes, Tans does have the coaching mobility, to help down on teammates, but in a guest, right, in the middle of a team fight, would you actually expect them to be a support than that of an attacker? I don't think so.
I mean, the one advantage I can see from this composition is that it likely make pushes onto zones, no matter whether it's
Right.
the full team or a split push. That'll be a little bit easier, certainly with the Cramorant and the Talonflame as a part of that roster now. But you're sort of switching in one advantage for another advantage leaving the roster. We could be proven completely wrong here, but look, Switzerland, for me, this is in their own hands. We start once again on Thea Sky Runes. This could be the final game, Switzerland versus Sweden. As you like to say, JJ, let's have a champion time.
Let's do. And here comes Switzerland and Sweden having their central area Pokemon. We have the Charmander and the Bounsweet.
Early doors, we can see Neverix, I should say, going top path. The Star Zerg is also going top path early for a Talonflame build. They've got themselves Galnagunner on the Mew, so it's not Zante on the Mew this time around. So they've switched personnel on that one. Volto, obviously, on the Age/currently Honedge. It's great to see those two together. Scary if you are a Sweden fan.
Right, Volto already got their own, the first stacks as well, and getting out quite swiftly away from Sweden's pressure, but it's going to be 3v2 situation into the top path. Sweden definitely is getting eaten up by Switzerland in the early game, just before, 10 seconds before the birds come out. The dragon birds, I might add. Vazid, and this is what I'm talking about as well. Vazid is the only one here that can essentially, right, be the support, be the CC into the side of Team Sweden. But if they can isolate Pokemon into the side of Team Switzerland, just like what they did here, especially with the Serena currently up, then definitely I can say for sure that Sweden is looking pretty good.
Yeah, so it is another switch in personnel with, of course, Tan's going on to the Serena, whereas Zerg was on the Serena last time. Zerg now onto their favored Talonflame, and so it feels like this is just a comfort pick overall for Sweden, as there is another KO, and Tan's going to town here, forcing Reitao onto the bottom path to try and help out Zerva. Still not a Slowbro as they go in for the engage here. You're going to have the Cramorant, the Surf build. I'm not surprised by that at all, especially with the recent dive nerfs. They're going to be getting a couple more scores here, forcing Pikachu to come bottom path as well.
Wow, Tans blowing ham.
Oh my word.
That's going to be 3 down for Team Switzerland. Tans here doing in all the work. And now, Sweden needs to take advantage of this opportunity. Now that they have the early game, they need to stomp onto Team Switzerland if they want to win this one. Because if you give Switzerland a little bit of that breathing room, you're going to give them the XP and the power spikes that they need, that Sweden won't be able to top it up once they get it.
Tans is angry. Tans is real angry because they are popping off early game. And now we've not exactly got a full rotation for Sweden, but you can see the effect that this has had on Switzerland. They are going to do a full rotation up here. There is going to be no
Tans are down
here. They are going to be taken down by Neverix, who goes on the chase for Starzerg. They're not going to get away either. Brilliant work as they move on to take down the clouds. It's going to be pretty easy work for them. The full rotation coming through for Switzerland. Regieleki inbound.
And now that's another thing that's quite a disadvantageous, for the team that is actually leading as well. That for those who doesn't know as well, and for those who are listening, this game does have some sort of rubber banding that if you can take out one Pokemon that is so much on high level, you can actually just catch up the moment that you can take them out. But right now, as I say that, Switzerland does get the Regieleki, going to be able to help them all out, to push down into the side of Team Sweden. They're going to be able to take down Tans. Your revengeance is now over. You're no longer Batman, my dude. You're now just a classic civilian right now in a DC comic.
The Regieleki push is also dealt with beautifully by Sweden, though. Tans with so much time buying there that Switzerland were basically forced back. I'm surprised that Neverix was able to survive that. But my goodness me, this Pikachu is really struggling. The boosted attack. Oh, make that a double boosted attack. Galnagunner, why weren't you on mute this entire time?
That is the question of the game, right? That is the question of the match here. Why haven't you used Mew all this time? Getting that 2K, and quite quickly as well. You can see that they were able to take down one Pokemon from the bottom path, and then immediately taking down another from the top path. That is so quick.
It's a bit of free real estate here as the first tier zone is going to go down for Sweden, I should say. Both tier 1 zones down for Switzerland. However, the score currently 147 to 184. And I've really got to give a shout out to Raytal for at least securing that bottom Reggie objective. Of course, Reggie Seal, if you're unfamiliar, you get an attack and a special attack boost. It's going to really help them here on this engage.
Oh, here comes Thunderstorm's gonna be used, and the Seismic Slam as well. Bennett Slash is gonna be used into that fray, but here comes Mirage, Mystical Mirage as well, not gonna be able to do a lot, but it's gonna be 3-4-2 trade in favor of Switzerland. But look at this, Absol going to be able to try to get Gunnar, but Gunnar said, nope, I got my glasses on and you're not gonna be able to get me. But here comes Servus, trying to get some amnesia here, trying to forget the battle that they just had, and they're going to be able to disengage as well in the process. Now, 3 Pokemon from the side of Sweden is going to be able to take down this Regieleki and pressure down Switzerland. This is the first time in our entire matchup that Sweden is taking the offensive pressure against Switzerland.
And it was such a well-timed entrance from Vazid right at the beginning when you thought that Sweden was on the back for almost a full team ace. Well, no, Vazid steps in to stop that tier 1 zone from going down. Here comes the power nap. They're really going for that CC advantage here as the Regieleki so close to touching that tier 2 zone. It's another down here for Anton Zeverix. It's going to be Tans who's almost down themselves, but the shielding comes through. Not big enough, and Regieleki's going to be stopped in the nick of time.
And Tanz's Serena is like watching a Mr. Mime tag the entire team of the opposing team.
Yeah. It's wild,
Right?
isn't it? Oh my goodness. It's wild. And to be fair, like it feels like Sweden have been given the opportunity to learn a bit more about themselves almost, it feels like. As this series has gone, and they've looked better and
It's
better
like an
and better
anime
again.
arc where, yeah, it's like an anime arc where the main character, you know, evolves right in the middle of the match. But as I say that, we're gonna be seeing some Gatling Gun missile gonna be able to take. Oh, not quite yet, but they're not gonna be. Yeah, they're not gonna be able to take down Volto, and the Wide Guard disables that CC from the Flame Sweep into the side of Team Sweden. But they're gonna get punished. There's gonna be 2 down in the process. But are they going to be able to answer back? Yes, they will. But that's only 1 as Sweden takes down 3 into the side of Switzerland.
Galnagana has a point to prove. I tell you what as well, both on the defensive action for Sweden on that top path battle, and indeed down at Regirock, that's 2 Unite moves where I feel like the Cramorant's just thrown them away, and despite that mistake, Sweden has still won the team fight. Vazid caught out of town, and they are going to be sent packing as Galnagana sits on the zone. You got Starzerk there as well, lurking. A difficult position here for Sweden, JJ, as the third Regieleki enters in 5 seconds.
Right, but let's find out who's going to be able to get that, as Sweden still does. We have to remember, and we cannot dismiss it as well, that they have the positional advantage into that of the Regieleki, that they can just burst it down just before, at the nick of time, Switzerland gets in on that Regieleki. But now they're here, they're not going to be able to take down the Regieleki in time before Switzerland comes out. And look at that, they're going to be able to steal that away from Sweden, taking in the credit for all that hard work of taking down the HP of the Regieleki. But here comes another team fight here, but here comes Sans, going to be able to take down that Slowbro. It's going to be 3 down. Yes, you might have been able to take down our own Regieleki, but we're going to take you down along with it.
I tell you what, the one anonymous player from this entire match, which I'm like, oh, where did they go? Volto. They seem to be completely cancelled out here. Sweden, their vendetta is focused on them. Dragaval all on their lonesome.
Oh, wow.
Nice eject button dodge here, but they have forced the inject button nonetheless. Stars are going to look to try and pick off these clouds now. Rayquaza is in play. Sweden have set themselves up nicely. Starzerk, no, they maybe were just looking to drag away. They're going to force the Unite through from Dragon Ball, and Starzerk gets out of dodge quickly enough. Going to retreat to base. They got to get back soon.
Get some refresh, obviously, before the Dragon Pet is going to be up. But Switzerland does have the position advantage. But this is what happened earlier as well. You know, nice. Sweden is taking off the momentum and picking them off one by one, taking them out, you know, into that other team fight so that they can get in the positional advantage, guaranteeing rather the Rayquaza for themselves. And it seems as if we are looking at a repeat of what happened in game number 3, as Sweden is now trying to take down this Regieleki. But whoever's against that, it is going to be Switzerland actually taking them out at the same time with that of the Aegislash. But are they going to be able to score in? That is the big question here.
Oh, really nice use on the surf there. Volto, the hero really of Switzerland. They're going to get an 80. Top path you can see there. Kramer and Zante getting 100 as well. They retake the lead, albeit briefly, but this is a massive push from Switzerland on the bottom path. They've managed to deflect the attack on the top path.
Charizard final defense.
And it's still not enough. It's still not enough. And look at the top path, because here comes a double hundo. It's going to be Beverix coming through with the 100 on top path. Switzerland take the lead in dire time.
Reito with 32 points, Devorix with 17 points, sorry, 14 points rather, but the Flamesweep is not going to catch them in time to stop them from scoring in, and just like that, Switzerland is going to be the winner of the first match in today's game.
Oh, Sweden. Oh, Sweden, you had it. You had it in the palm. You had our first Game 5 in the Unite European Cup in the palm of your hands. And unfortunately, some grease was applied. It slipped out, and that grease came courtesy of Volto. The steal away. Look, friends, you're in ranked. You're in solo queue. You are in a comp match, whatever you want to do. First port of call when you're looking for that big Pokemon in the center, Zapdos, Rayquaza, whatever. You do not let other Pokemon on the opposition team into that conversation, because as soon as they're a part of that conversation, they can steal it away. And Volto, I said earlier, anonymous for most of that game. That is the singular moment where it mattered, and he came out clutch. Switzerland win the series 3-1, deserving winners. Switzerland, it is back to the drawing board, but back to the drawing board with more hope than at the beginning of this series, JJ. Certainly improved continually.
And that's what we're talking about earlier, right? That's what I was saying as well, that if Sweden can take in the early game, they need to maintain that up until the late game. Unfortunately, yes, they were winning from the early game up into the mid game, but as you mentioned, at that crucial moment, Volto, Dragonveil were doing so much to help their team that they were able to catch up on them, and Aegislash as well. We'd have to give props to definitely the MVP of the game, saving themselves, saving their team as well from losing that game number 4, taking out that Rayquaza, and stealing that away from Team Sweden.
It was an intense matchup, and I think certainly it was great to see Sweden stepping up to the plate, albeit for just 1 and 1.9 games. Really, that's the fine margins that you deal with Tier 1 Pokemon Unite. But it's enough about that series. It's on to the next, our final matchup of the day. They say that victory tastes sweet, but is the sweetness going to be that of cannoli or pastel de nata? Well, it's Italy versus Portugal, and it's coming up after this break.
and see where it leads. Just you and me, hiding behind the curtain. A world so uncertain. Come and see where this leads. The circus. The circus. A world of your imagination, living just sensation. There's no one to stop you. Come on, I know you want to. There's no going back. You stepped across the final crack, and we see through you. You'll always be a part of.
Congratulations, you've made it to the halfway point of the Unite European Cup Day 2. We've just had a fantastic series unfold between Switzerland, between Sweden, and sadly for Sweden, Relic and JJ can, by the way, sadly for Sweden, despite getting better as the series went on, sadly the bottle was thrown at the worst possible time.
Yeah, I mean, Team Sweden was definitely, warming up with the first two matches, but on that game number 3, going to game number 4, I'm pretty sure they were already hyped up, they were already pumping as well. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late as Team Switzerland was already warmed up at that point that they were able to answer back whatever Team Sweden was throwing against them.
It could be an incredibly huge W for Team Switzerland, as that second qualification spot from Group B looks to be hotly contested. But now it's time to take a little look at the team that we think is going to swipe this group away. Team Italy, also known as Team 5i plus Klaus 8. We really don't know what composition is going to come out here, because you either go with the team that knows each other intrinsically well over an entire season of Pokemon Unite Championships, or you throw in Klaus as a player that you know has got world championship quality. Their team, or their opposition, of course, is going to be Team Portugal themselves. They've got a great roster, of course, led by Gek Okami. You've also got the likes of Zorak, Akasaki, Portes, Dark Knight. Zelux really the newer player here. We're not expecting to see him in the main roster, more of a sub. But either way, a big task on hand here for Portugal, JJ, as they've got to gel quickly to face the team that has already gelled so well.
And these teams are just going to be putting their skills to test, especially that most of them does have, the synergy with each other. And as you mentioned, Italy is one of the fan favorites here right now, as we already know them, compared to like the rest of the teams that we have in this, in this tournament, in the Unite European, Unite European Cup, right? That they are the only team that has been playing since season 1, since the first season of the Unite Championship Series, and they're gonna be back here trying to win the Unite European Cup.
We already have a target ban from Portugal. They've seen Klaus most likely in the Italy roster, and they've thought, don't really want that. We don't want that to be dealt with. So they've for those of you who don't know, by the way, Klaus probably only equaled by Saryu in the EU scene when it comes to Lucario, so not surprised to see Lucario off the table. What that does mean, however, is thanks to the Aegislash ban from Team Italy, we're going to see all 3 S-tier Pokemon in the current meta utilized. Portugal have got themselves Mr. Mime. Italy have got Mew and Glaceon. I don't care what roster you put out. That is scary.
It actually is. And then you have to put down as well, into the side of Team Portugal, right? You're going to be putting down that Machamp and this the Snorlax. That not only is going to provide a lot of support, but also going to be providing a lot of damage, especially with the Barrage Blow and the close combat from that of the Machamp. Now, Italy, to complement the squishiness of that Mew and the Glaceon, they're going to be putting up that amazing, huge defender Slowbro.
It's an all-rounder ban across the board. Charizard gone, Serena gone to complement the Aegislash and the Lucario. Interesting, especially since Portugal is the only team to take away an all-rounder off the table for their own choice, of course, which is Machamp. What else do we have in the roster? I mean, Azumarill is not exactly in favor nowadays. You got yourself I love to see a Garchomp, but Garchomp is once again one of those real niche things that can be great in solo queue, but in comp kind of struggles. We're going to see an Absol on... I mean, wow, this is a real squishy roster apart from that Slowbro. They are going for all-out offense. I wonder what Portugal's going to select to try and counter this.
Man, I just like to add on to that Garchomp, comment where I'm pretty sure, one of our prod person as well, Gama knows that I've been using Garchomp, in the... that was in the Canadian beta. And that the Garchomp then was so great, and then we got into the full game where literally it got, chopped off his knee.
Yeah, it was not pretty, and I was very sad indeed. I will still enjoy the times where I was little stubby legs Gibble running around the central area having a great time. I would say still to this day as one of the best Unite moves in the game. And when Garchomp gets up to speed, it is fantastic, especially with the recovery that is on offer. But you gotta say, Tyranitar seems to be a better pick nowadays. We have the Greninja, recently disappeared, but I'm pretty sure the Greninja is locked in.
Well, yes, that
but we
just
also
uses a smoke screen. That's why it
oh yes, of course.
Yeah, the smoke screen, dude. What do you mean?
Classic ninja stuff, right? I mean, wow, good on you, Greninja. But we also have a Sylveon on top of that. There is that attacking impetus that Team Portugal was lacking previously, and a Wigglytuff coming out for Team Italy as well. Another bit of tankiness, of course, less impactful than it has been in the past. Wigglytuff, very similar to Garchomp, you could say. Certainly, it's got a great disruption utility in its Sing, in its Unite move. It's got some great wild Pokemon securing ability with Double Slap as well. Can be pretty handy in a fight as well, should they go for that particular type of held item build. But we've really got a well-balanced roster with Team Portugal against an extreme roster with Team Italy. You've got some serious offense there, you've got some serious defense there, but you've got nothing in the middle to balance it out. It's going to be a really cool game number one to see play out.
Yeah, I mean, but knowing Italy, I'm pretty sure they have the executions to pull off this to pull off this composition. But until they can actually get their power spikes, right in the early game, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything, against Team Portugal. As Team Portugal is, their composition is really balanced out.
The one counter I would say to that is that there is not a single 2-tier evolution Pokemon on Team Italy. You've got yourself Slowbro, Glaceon, and Wigglytuff, and those are the only 3 evolutions that you need to get through before your scaling is at its max. Team Portugal, it's not really much worse. You got your Machamp, you got your Greninja, but then you've only got Sylveon as the only other Pokemon that needs to evolve. And of course, enough has been said about Mr. Mime at this point in the Unite European Cup. Yes, we know it's really good, and we know that both early game to late game, it is going to be a real
It doesn't need
problem.
any introduction.
It doesn't, no, but it's also got a decent counter from Italy here with Mew, with Glaceon. I mean, especially if Glaceon is looking for a cooldown reduction build. Wowzers, that can be so slippery to deal with. You've got that combined with the Slowbro as well, telekinesis, Slow Beam can immediately immobilize the Mr. Mime. You've got Sing on the Wigglytuff, another great disruption technique. You're right. If Team Italy has the confidence to execute this particular composition, this is going to be a really good match for them. If they drop the ball at any moment, Portugal is there to capitalize with a safer, more conservative composition.
Yeah, it is a huge ask for this composition, as I keep on mentioning, right? It is a huge ask for the composition of Team Italy, especially that if we're going to be saying that Slowbro is picked here to counter that, Mr. Mime obviously can still use Slow Beam to bound that, Mr. Mime while it is using its Unite move Showtime, right? It is going to be quite only for a specific moment, perhaps maybe even for the Machamp when it uses a barrage blow, you could bound it with Slow Beam, but even then, in the middle of a team fight, you'd have to actually target them down if that's what you're gunning for. But otherwise, right? Otherwise, it's only going to be going to be helping them down as a form of attack. Obviously, it's going to be a tank here, but it's not going to be helping out a lot to sustain, is what I mean. To sustain down, the Mew, the Glaceon, and the Absol.
Yeah, it feels very much like Italy sort of like puffing out their chest. They're saying,
right,
we know what we're good at, and we know that we can win with this roster, and it's now down to Portugal to say, okay, well, we see what you're doing there, but to go back, although I put forward the point, the counter argument, to play devil's advocate, so to speak, where it's like, okay, they don't have many evolutions to go to. I think actually your point about early game is just as important, because the early game isn't so much, the spotlight's not on them, not on Team Italy, but on Portugal. If Portugal can win the early game, they keep themselves in the game to mid, and if they can win the mid game, it's only going to steamroll into an excellent end game scenario should team fights go their way as well. There's a lot of layers to this series in Prospect, into this game in Prospect. If Portugal wins here, that is a huge scalp already claimed on Team Italy, and it throws this group wide open.
Right, and so good as well that there's at least two Pokemon inside of Team Portugal that needs to get in close into the Pokemon of Team Italy if they want to take them out. Yes, they do have the battling damage as well that comes in the form of the Greninja and the Sylveon. Greninja can get in. The Machamp is there as well. Here comes the Mr. Mime to support that as well when they are coming in. And Italy, for them to be able to survive, they need to just attack from the back lanes, at least in the early game, so that they can get the power spikes. But if Team Portugal can get in them, then they're not going to be able to answer back.
So early doors then, Italy versus Portugal. Italy in the purple and Portugal over in the orange. That is a lot of Japanese, by the way. I'm going to have to take a little look at who that exactly is. It might be... No, it's not going to be Klaus. It's going to be one of the 5i guys, isn't it? But we already have an early invade here from Zorak. They're not going to be able to stop the Glaceon from coming online immediately. Picking up some XP as well. There is Brian on the Jigglypuff. They're going to be moving into top path as some early scores come down from both Mr. Mime and Machop, looking to get those stacks up early.
Right, that is actually a huge pressure immediately coming into the side of Team Portugal. But right now, Team Italy going to be able... Oh, wow. Zorax is going to be able to take down that buff as well. Zorax is going to be able to take it out, but here comes a 1v1 situation. Keep is going to be able to, try to get some damage off of this Snorlax, but here comes a focus ban as well to get some sustains, just to buy more time so that they, Italy won't be able to push down and pressure the top path or any pass, honestly, with that of the Glaceon. But that's going to be a one down into the side of Portugal.
I see Brian. I'm guessing that's either Inferno or Dravix, by the way, on the Absol. I'm not quite... Oh, no, it is Klaus, because he's got the 8 after his name. That makes sense. So Klaus, of course, not allowed onto the Lucario, takes the Absol up instead. A very aggressive pick, looking for the invade here on the Accelagor, and they're not going to get it. Good on Dark there, but are they going to survive the encounter? No, because in steps Zorax, and Klaus might pay for this now. The fate around gets out of dodge. Not quite.
No!
Taken down.
They put their money into the jump pad. Unfortunately, the jump pad said, nope, we are on the side of Portugal.
Yeah, it sold him out, and it sold him out hard. But then again, you're always taking a bit of a risk there. Should you try and rely on the jump pad, better to just try and run away as best you can. The clouds go down, and it's going to be Inferno cleaning up. Zorak there a little bit unfortunate as Dark comes in here. Is it Dark Knight or is it Dark Knight with the N? I'm not entirely sure, but either way, good backup here from Akasaki. Wow. Klaus taking down the Machoke. They move into the top path. Brian, Keep, and Klaus. Is going to be dunks galore as Italy extends their early lead.
They're going to be able to score down instead of the top path, as well as Portugal is just watching them put their stacks in. Now Italy doing a little bit of a safe play here compared to that of, the previous matchup that we've seen, and Portugal at the same time, not taking too much of a risk, not taking too much of a team fight, and enforcing too much as well going against Italy. But we're going to be seeing one KO into the side of Italy. That is the Absol instead of the top path, and in just a few seconds we're going to be seeing that Reggie Alecki, and whoever gets this team fight, whoever wins this team fight right there, is going to be getting that Reggie Alecki as well.
So fascinating call for Portugal here. Zelox is in, which means that Portege is out. And that is, for me, one of the biggest... Actually, no, sorry, it's Gecko Kami who's out. So arguably, Portugal's best player not on the team. I wonder how that is going to affect things going forward, as the Reggie Alecki has spawned really nice positional play here from Italy. As Portugal going in, they're not waiting around. In comes to Sing from the Wigglytuff. Down goes the Glaceon on the Ice Hill, and that is going to be pretty decent actually for Glaceon, just stalling a little bit, but overall the team fight's actually been lost. I'm really impressed with Portugal here, especially Zorak and Dark pushing them back. The Reggie Alecki is Portugal's, and they're now within 1 point. That is Short to Balloon.
Right, and that is quite amazing how, they were, at least this glacial stage was able to, buy a little bit of time, but unfortunately, Portugal is going to be able to take down Reggie Alecki in the process. But here comes a, basic boosted attack is going to be able to take down that Mr. Mime. Going to that at the bottom path, going to be able to score down 40, maybe even 80. No, not quite yet. They're not going to be able to destroy the first score going to that at the bottom path, but boosted basic attack once again, dealing a lot of damage to that of the Snorlax. But here comes the Portugal's response to them. They're not going to allow them to take this one up. They want to get the lead, but here goes the Snorlax Beam once again. Basic boosted attack, but Mr. Mime is going to be able to take that damage out so that their Pokemon, the Snorlax, is not going to be able to go down. But here comes a block isolating this Slowbro, but they're not going to be able to successfully do that in the process. Slow Beam is going to be used into that of the Greninja, and they're going to be able to take it down. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Portugal. They'll make the trade because that Sword is going to be able to take them one more time and destroying the score goal with an overcap of 35 points.
Oh, Portugal, you can feel that slipping out their hands as the seconds went on by. There was a mistake after a mistake, and really that boosted attack coming through Inferno, taking up 50% of Zelox's health there on the Mr. Mime. You hate to see it, but Zora coming through. Oh, my word, the Solar Beam. Oh, my goodness me. Dark Knight didn't know what hit them.
Oh, the boosted basic attack immediately after that Solar Beam is just amazing to see hit at all times, in every time of the team fight. But right now, everyone is on the into that of the top path. Everyone's gonna be fighting off as well. Here comes Starlight. Starlight gonna be used Surf and Midnight Slash as well to complement that. But that's gonna be treated inside of Portugal. Is that gonna be added up? No. Here comes another Hem Slam from that of the Snorlax, but they're not gonna be able to go anywhere, and they're gonna be able to destroy the first score as well. And now just waiting for the Reggie Alecki to come out so that they can pressure down the top path into the side of Team Portugal.
It's not exactly a free Reggie Alecki for the moment. There is still 4 on the way here. Portage moving in. They're not going to get there in time, though. And here comes, oh my word, the Unite move. I think that was a bit too early there from Portage. It's still active. It's going to run out of time eventually. Wow, that might be a completely wasted Unite move here as Italy moves down for the second Reggie on bottom path.
And Portez, you can't 1v1 Reggie Alecki, unfortunately. So that's going to be 2 Pokemon just trying to take out the Reggie Alecki and going to be able to provide Italy so much space that they can just take down this Reggie Alecki and take down more Pokemon so that they can get more XP, going over the Dragon fight rather.
That's an easy Reggie Rock. Defense and special defense increase, and really nice sussing out there from Dr. Ramper, knowing that there could very well be someone lurking in the shrubbery. It was Zelix, and they were pushed back. They're all rotating through central area, through the central pit, moving up to top path. It's still not exactly a terrible game from Portugal, only 123 points behind at this stage, but you just got to worry level-wise. You're looking at an Absol on 13, a Mew on 12, a Glaceon on 13. Here comes the showtime, and down goes the Machamp so quick. Oh my goodness, it's not looking great here as Italy pushes back Portugal once again. KO after KO. It's bad team fight after bad team fight, and somehow, look at this recovery from Akasaki on the Sylveon. Incredible work there, pushing back 3.
Yes,
Oh!
sir, but look at that snipe with the boosted basic attack once again from your beautiful substance earlier. My goodness, Italy is showing us so much right now.
Dr. Rampa just looking for that steal, and they are actually going to get the steal as well. Impressive, as we are going to see one more Regieleki spawn, but are we going to see one more Regieleki defeated before Rayquaza enters the fray? That big dragon boy is 30 seconds from now.
Right, that is a big question. Are they going to be able to burst this down, or is this going to be the final team fight before anyone takes in the Rayquaza? But here comes Portugal, just positioning themselves in, trying to going to be able to try to contest for this Regieleki. There's only 2 Pokemon into the side of Italy right now. They'll make the 3 right now, but there's 4 into the side of Portugal. So let's find out if they're going to be able to take them out. But look at that. Solar Beam going to be able to take down that Regieleki. The Wigglytuff is still not going to be taken out, but though low on health, they're going to be able to try to recover it and go back from base. But there's going to be 2 down in the process as well. Minion Slash is going to be used. Going to be able to take down that Machamp in the process. And there goes 3. They don't need to take in the Rayquaza. All they need to do is push in that Regieleki and score away and widen the gap they already have against Portugal.
I think we're about to see the second defeat for a Mr. Mime team here, as unfortunately they've committed to it on Regieleki. I'd say just leave it. You got to focus on that Rayquaza to score stuff down the other side, Portugal. You still find yourself 173 points behind at this stage.
Right.
And Klaus is running the roost on top path.
And here comes Brian, just waiting for, literally just dancing, just waiting for Portugal to get in on them. But unfortunately, Portugal is just waiting for everyone in, trying to regroup so that everyone can get in. But look at that. Since everyone is so compressed, Solar Beam is going to be hitting everyone in the process. Mystical Mirage is going to be used as well. Fairly falling into that of Akasaki. But that's not going to be enough, as it's not going to be able to hit anyone at all. But here comes Inferno, going to be able to be taken down. It's going to be 1 down into the side of Portugal. No, make that 2. Whatever Shuriken is going to be not going to be able to do anything at all. It's going to be 4 down to make the 5. That is a team wipe in favor of Team Italy. And they're going to be able to secure this Rayquaza in the process. Are we going to be seeing an FF pretty soon? I don't think so, as they still want to defend this, even though they're going to be a little bit too late, a little bit tad late into defending this.
I fear for Portugal here. They might very well end up with the lowest score in a single game in the Unite European Cup. Only 104 on the board. Looking to beat in the worst way the United Kingdom's 170 versus France in game number 3 of their series. They are pushed back into their home base, and they are not going out. Hey, Portugal, free bit of advice from me. Keep Glaceon away from Keep. What a performance.
Yeah, man. It's as they say, records are meant to be broken. So, not to this Portugal. I'm sorry, Portugal, but still, even if that's the case, right? Even if that's the case, Portugal did a pretty good job going against Italy. It's just that they were. I think that final push that they did, that final team fight that they did, right? Being compressed all together is what made their mistakes. Yes, it is quite crucial that you stick together, but sticking a little bit too much together will get you, get damaged by huge AoE, such as that amazing Solar Beam from the Mew.
And honestly, I think the biggest miss for Portugal was Gecko Kami. Here I was, I don't know whether it's a schedule clash for Gek today, or whether this is purely a move from them to say, no, I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to coach the future of Portugal here. But I don't think it worked. I really don't think it worked, because they needed someone like Gecko Kami on that Mr. Mime. And when we look at, I don't want to I don't want to zone out Zelix here as the one single problem on that team there. But those sorts of numbers below 15,000 across the board is not the sort of numbers that you expect to see for the most powerful Pokemon in Unite at the moment. Portugal have to be seriously reconsidering what their game plan is here. As I say, does that include banning Glaceon off the table? Surely, maybe, but something different has to occur. Otherwise, I think we will see very similar events in Game 2 and Game 3.
Right.
All right, so that is the. Oh, I was free. You were free to take it to break. Of course, we all need a breather here. I'm sure that the audience needs it as well. But hey, look, it's all right. Hey, let's try this again. Hey, so this is my
All right.
analysis. Hey, JJ.
Right, you two are going to
what do you
break.
think?
I'm cutting this now. Come on, just go. Right, we'll see you
All right, we're
guys
gonna go on
in a
break. I'm
bit.
sorry. Peace.
Can I dive deep into the darkness in your heart? Trust you more than anyone I have met before. I don't care who you are or who you want to be. I'll be here until the day that you leave me.
Hello, friends.
Oh,
Welcome back to Italy versus Portugal. There's an O from JJ Kun, and I don't blame him either because there's been so many O's throughout the night. It's myself, Relic, joining JJ Kun, by the way, and we're already into the draft for game number 2. We see Glaceon and Mr. Mime off the table already. Mew selected by Team Italy. Serena and Aegis/Slash selected by Team Portugal. So maybe the same sort of methodology coming out, but Team Italy, interesting that they banned Glaceon before Portugal gets the ban in themselves.
yeah, and I mean, it's just I'd say they don't want Portugal to get into Glaceon. You know, if they're not going to be using that this time around, then might as well not allow their opposing team. You know, not allow the opponent to get that as well. But that Mr. Mind ban is going to be huge, as we still have the Mew. You know, one of the greatest thing that has happened with Team Italy early on.
A Snorlax and a Slowbro for Team Italy. Looks like they are maintaining their idea of maybe 2 tanks with 3 damage dealers. Portugal bringing out the Blissey for the first time in this series. That's a lot of recovery on Team Portugal. They're not going to have any more, though. That is Wigglytuff off the table. Machamp banned Team Portugal. Strange as well, given that Portugal were the one who picked Machamp in their game number 1 composition as well. Head into the final 2 picks with a little bit of trepidation. I'm not entirely sure which way these 2 teams are going to go.
Yeah, on the one hand, Italy does have the sustain, right? It does have the defending the defense rather. They have the defense. On the other hand, Portugal does have not only the offense but also the sustain that comes in the form of the Blissey. So far, at the very least, so far, and they are not going to be gunning in for another CC, which is that of the Mammoth. I keep on saying Mammoth Mash for Mamoswine.
Well, it's a mammoth pick, certainly, considering
Okay.
that they have yet to pick up an attacker. They've got a lot of
Right.
choice, but pick one eventually, lads, right? I mean, Team Italy, they're going with a Charizard, so their team comp is certainly looking a little more beefy than what we saw in game number 1. And then again, game number 1, they absolutely steamrolled Portugal by the end. I wonder whether we'll see the Absol here coming out for Klaus. Maybe Lucario. I mean, that was a targeted ban from Portugal last time out. The Lucario for Klaus would not be a surprise. Then again, did really well on the Absol in game number 1. It's actually going to be Team Bar taken to the field. Brutal.
Ooh, that is actually brutal. You know, when I saw the Mamoswine into the side of Portugal, I thought to myself, hey, Charizard would complement this composition very well. But then Italy apparently was reading my mind, and they took over the Charizard and complementing this composition with a Tyranitar. Yes, they are not only very bulky, but they are also going to be very, very offensive. They want to eat Portugal alive.
The 500 IQ play then from Team is almost like a game of like Connect 4 or something, isn't it? Where you're always trying to cover off the move. You don't want to get 4 in a row. And that's exactly what Italy have done to Portugal, who are taking their time on this final pick. Surely it's got to be an attacker. Maybe a Delphox would be a good shout here with the Fire Spin to allow the likes of Serena and Aegis/, usually one-on-one specialists, to maybe get some more damage on multiple Pokemon. You're looking at Mamoswine as well, could benefit from a Delphox pick. We still await it.
That is true.
Another choice that we might see is Decidueye for that ranged ability of theirs. Could be good against the Mew, which of course is going to be really the back lane sort of firepower from that we've seen previously. It is going to be the Delphox.
It is going to be the Delphox, although in all honesty, I think a better pick here would have been a Venusaur. Yes, you have the CC, you have the damage from the back lanes. That is, that is the Delphox. But if we are, hypothetically put Venusaur instead, you have a firepower. You have a firepower that can go against Tyranitar that can sustain itself as well, and then you have the complementing Blissey as well to ensure that the Mamoswine, the Mamoswine, the Serena, and the Aegis would be able to deal damage, or at least be the final pin to the coffin going against Team Italy. But Delphox is going to be one of huge CCs, or DPS. It could go either way, but still going to complement this team as well, though not as much as going to be able to try to tank out the Team Italy because again, Team Italy they would want to get in on you on every team fight, and if Delphox won't be able to maintain the distance away from them, then it's as if Delphox is not going to be able to do anything against them.
Yeah, but I can see the thought behind it. Again, firstly to enable Aegislash and Serena, but
Right.
secondly, you consider that T-Tar Unite move. I mean, goodness me, when you get below a certain amount of health, boom, you're gone
Yeah.
off the field. And at least if Delphox can stay away for as long as possible, that fire spirit can be so useful for
That is true.
basically keeping that T-Tar away from the rest of the team. So even though Delphox might ultimately go down in the end, could buy the team a lot of time. We saw Vazid of Team Sweden, of course, on the Mammothswine earlier as well, and we know just how great a defender this is on that map. Blissey as well, great for the sustainability when it comes to
Hmm.
those team fights, great for the recovery on top of the shielding that the likes of Aegislash and Serena give themselves. I think that's a really underrated comp from Team Portugal. And although I don't think that Team Italy is particularly bad, I would not expect this to be, or I would expect this rather to be a closer matchup,
Right.
lasting the distance of the entire 10 minutes, as opposed to game number one, which really fell away from Portugal.
That is very true. But then again, Team Portugal here has a huge if on their side, and only if they can maintain the distance going against Team Italy is when they can go toe to toe against Team Italy. Because if they allow Team Italy to get in on them and allow them to enforce the issue of team fights against them, then they're not going to have a very good time in game number two.
Yeah, no, I agree with that entirely. And look, again, we looked at that momentum, that special word that really just helps people in a series like this. And Italy have got comfort on their side. Again, part of
Hmm.
why people are kind of signing them up as underdogs for the entire Unite European Cup, regardless of what group they're in, is because they all know each other so well. And clearly, Klaus has acclimatized himself really well to the dynamic that Five Eye has. I know that every team, of course, is speaking in their home language now, but there's that extra layer that the Five Eye vibe brings that really makes Italy a massive threat. And look, I know that Keep's been taken off the Glaceon, but when you have people like Keep having pop-off games, you've still got the Mew online available for
Hmm.
Team Italy as well. They're a dangerous threat no matter what you're throwing at them.
Yeah, so definitely, the odds are against Portugal here. But again, as we have said earlier as well, we are more than welcome to get proven wrong. And we would want to see that as well in this game. Especially that, this might be our first, well, we've seen a 1-1 before, but we might be able to see more of an upset because the moment that Portugal can get this, they would, again, as you mentioned, that magic word, they would be getting in that momentum that they could potentially bring up until, later on the upcoming games.
The elephant in the room, of course, still remains, or rather, the Mr. Mime that's not in the room, that being, of course, Gecko Kami. I think that is a
Hmm.
huge miss for Portugal. And although I'm a lot more optimistic about Portugal's chances this time around, if Gecko Kami has chosen not to take part in this roster, for me, there is questions there on a coaching side of things. We're just awaiting, by the way, both sides getting into the lobby. They like to not take their time with the draft stage, and then they take all the time in the world when it gets to getting in the game. We will get there eventually. We do promise. But look, Gecko Kami, I was doing all of my notes before this tournament, and the one thing that I was like is, look, this team is going to be led by Gecko Kami. This team is going to be led from the front by Gecko Kami. This is the player that you want to build your team around. Someone who is so used to Mr. Mime at this point that you have arguably got the best Mr. Mime in the entire tournament. If they're not running him, you got to be confident if you're Italy, because you're throwing Zelix in there. You're throwing not necessarily a rookie, but someone who doesn't have that tier one experience like the rest of his
Hmm.
teammates suffered on the Mr. Mime last time around. We get into game number 2. Will they suffer this time?
Let's find out together as we have a champion time.
And it is going to be Zelix once again. Now, is it me or is Klaus not in the game? Have they subbed out Klaus? Oh, I think they've subbed out Klaus, That is a very I mean, substitutions are allowed within the series, and so it's
Hmm.
not necessarily a problem. But yeah, it looks like Dravix is in for Klaus, and so another variable for Portugal to contend with. I would say that this actually favors them more than Italy, but an interesting choice here from Italy.
And now, oh, we're gonna be seeing some transfers here, trying to get some sacks as well. You know, Portugal, sorry, Italy definitely wants those sacks in so that they can, pressure them up, pressure up Portugal later on in the late game. As we have mentioned, Portugal needs to ensure that Italy is not going to be able to get in on them, as but unfortunately, Italy's, while they are not still enforcing the issue against Portugal, they are slowly but surely building themselves up with the sacks.
That is scary that we've already got a Pupitar within 2.5 minutes. Down go the clouds. It's a boosted attack on Zelix, who's now rocking that
Hmm.
Do Blade onto the Aegis Slash. They'd be hoping sooner rather than later. That's a slow evolving Pokemon, by the way, Mama Swine. I've seen a lot of them, myself included, moving into the central area just to try and help out the rest of your team mid to late game. And so far, Portugal doing all right, actually, when it comes to those inner path battles. They currently lead the scoring
Hmm.
by sixes. That's an interesting engage from Zorak. I think they're going to pay for that. Yeah, they are. Down they go.
Hmm. That's gonna be a fun. There's gonna be one. The Palace one's gonna be taken down. In the process, Italy is. This is what we're talking about earlier. They are now pressuring it down. Dark Pulse is gonna be used as well. And as you mentioned, Pupitar already a very very scary Pokemon, especially getting that Pupitar. Especially how slow it levels up is very scary now at level 6. But now that at the bottom, sorry, in the central area, Pupitar is going to be taken out, and that is something that Portugal takes as a win because again, the more you delay this Tyranitar, the more that you get an advantage against Italy.
So we saw not Dark Knight necessarily, but we started seeing a lot more Delphox central area by the end of the Zapdos era, and I really do like
Hmm.
this as a choice of how you go about your business because you've got yourself your main CC, right? You've got your main CC doing the most amount of damage possible. So it's not just about the fact that you're
Hmm.
trapped; it's also that you're doing damage on that initial push as they move, of course, into the bottom path. The top path's a little bit more interesting here with Portage getting a lot of damage off on
Hmm.
Brian. Oh, Brian almost going down, finds the Citrus Berry, of course, with that passive. A lot more health to get from the Citrus Berries
Lots of
themselves.
it.
Akasaki with a lot of pressure here as well. Portage moving
Oh
on.
wow.
Brian, they're going to get their stacks at the very least. Portage, Akasaki going to try and keep this pressure up on Brian, who keeps on running circles, going for a bit of a jog, but you're not going to get skinny, mate. That's just the Snorlax life.
Right, but as we can see right now, that the bottom path, Italy does have the position advantage into that of the bottom reg, whereas Zealox is going to be the only one trying to defend the score goal into that of the bottom path. But going back to the top path, we're going to be seeing Portugal trying to take this Regieleki as Italy is just, or the Snorlax from Italy is just going to be trying to poke them out, be a ward here for their teams, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to stop that down. And look at that, Mystical Fire is going to be used here. It's going to be a DPS Delphox with that of the Flame Charge. Fanciful Fireworks is
Ooh.
going to be used as well, so that they can push in 40 points right now. But it's not going to be enough though. Here comes the answer from the Tyranitar Rampage as well. It's going to be 3 down from that of that amazing Tyranitar and the Charizard as well, pushing them down. Even if they were able to take in the Regieleki, you're going to be able to answer back with their own scores as well.
Yeah, was a 37-point overdunk really worth it for the overcommit from Portugal? That is the first tier zone gone on the top path for Portugal themselves as well. Great
Oh,
counter push from
sandwich.
Italy. As here in the central area, that's a lot of damage, but not as much as we've seen from the boosted
Mhm.
attack of Mew on Zorak, who are still on the pilot line, still doing some really good work here as they look to protect their central area from invaders.
Oh no, yeah, it was actually Akasaki that got in the boosted basic attack away from Zarak, ensuring that they are going to be living on for another day. But going down to the bottom path, we're going to see some action here as Portugal wants to push them down. But the block here, very amazing from the Snorlax, just to push away Portugal.
It's a nice rotation from Portugal as well, all on that bottom path, and that was an equal team fight as we see Dravix on that T-Tart running away. The next Reggie that's going to drop is going to be bottom path. It's always a bit of
Hmm.
a toss-up here because it's one of three. You either get your XP and kind of meaningless health recovery. You do get your attack and special attack or defense and special defense based on the Reggie Rock
Hmm.
or Reggie Steel, respectively. And we do have 10 seconds behind that Reggie Alecki, but it looks like Portugal, their decision is made.
Right, and everyone is just going to be going into that at the bottom path as, the Trinos are going to be left down into that at the top path. But here comes Portugal wants to get in some action. Bliss assistance into that of the Serena. Are we going to be seeing some surf? Yes, we are going to be seeing some surf here. Heavy Slam as well powering up into that Snorlax, but it's not going to be enough to take them down. Fanciful Fireworks not going to be able to hit anyone at all. Mystical Mirage is going to be used as well. Here comes the surf, going to be able to take down that. Oh, it was actually the Tyranitar. Tyranitar going to be able to take down that Mamoswine, and that's going to be 3 down in the process, as they are now going to be trying to take down this Reggie in the process. And I think they are going to be able to even so take this one up. We don't see the HP of the Reggie, unfortunately. It's a little bit of a visual bug right here, but they're going to be able to take down that Reggie to give them a little bit of a boost in terms of your passive healing, and just going to be able to get in some disengage, which is actually pretty good. A good decision coming in from Portugal, so that they are not going to be giving so much XP into that of Team Italy, widening the gap that they already have.
Yeah, Dravix on that T-Tar, a late guest to the party, but a necessary guest nonetheless. That
Mm-hmm.
he is the difference maker on that occasion, and it's basically allowed Portugal to full rotate
Oh,
up
wow.
this top path. But here comes the seismic slam from the Charizard, and is that a
Ooh.
snipe away from the Mew? I think it is on the Regieleki. No, it's actually going to go down to the Sandstorm of Tyranitar. It's a Regieleki for Italy this time around. They've got the points lead. They're looking to extend with a 2 KO, a 3 KO streak, not quite 3 KO, sorry, because of the electric ball nicking that away from Dravix. It is, thankfully for Portugal, just well timed enough that they're able to get a long like jump there onto the second tier zone. Mamoswine's going to be left on their lonesome to stop that Regieleki, so not as much damage done as could have potentially happened there. But we are 1 minute away from Rayquaza, and things looking good for Italy as we enter that end game.
Yes, sirree. 222 points with 141 points in favor of Italy. And not only that, not only do they have the point advantage, but they also do have the XP advantage. Now, Portugal, again, if they want to win against Italy, they would have to ambush them down. Unfortunately for Team Italy, the moment that they are going in for a team fight, they know for a fact that everyone is going to be there, is going to be responding as well, helping their own teammate and ensuring that nobody's going to be, taken off as a casualty and answering back into the opposing team.
There are 2 level 14s, and they are both on Team Italy. Portugal, they are backs up against the wall, and they are quite literally that now as positionally. Look at this, waiting in the shrubbery. You've got Dr. Ramper, you've got Brian there. Oh, nice pick there from the Mew. Zorak, not as much damage done there as you would expect once again, and that is thanks to the build. Real tanky build on that Mamoswine as the Rayquaza has dropped, and here comes Portez on the top path. That is going to be almost a double hundo burger. There is going to be 98. Do my quick maths relic, and that is Portugal with the lead.
Right, but that also leaves a huge gap here for Team Portugal, as Team Italy is complete into that of the Dragon Pit. But never mind, they are now all scattered. Travis is going to be able to try to score in, but Egg Bomb just going to be able to try to, push them out. Not going to be able to allow them to score in. Now, Italy, that was a little bit risky what they did, instead of like being taking down the Rayquaza, taking down Portugal as well at the final team fight. It is actually quite questionable, but right now Portugal doing the best that they can, like, to widen the gap that they already have, from earlier, and now they can answer back still against Italy. Piranha is going to be used as well, slow beam, just to be able to stop this Aegis, like, going to be able to take them out as well. It's going to be 3 down in the process, but it's not going to have another casualty up their list. Yes, they would. That's going to be 3 down more. No, make that 4, and only the Mamoswine is left, and I don't think this Mamoswine would be able to take this Rayquaza, and they're now just going to be able to try to score down 41 points. No, that's 82 points, 1 stack down, but there's still 36 more seconds left for Italy for them to score in. That's going to be 18 points for them. And only 1 more point, 1 more dunk is all they need to get and catch up against Portugal's in terms of points. And at this point on, Portugal only has 20 more seconds. They won't have enough time to get in on the other side of the map to score back against Italy. And just like that, Italy has secured the game number 2 against Portugal in a Unite European Cup.
Oh, that was brave. That was brave from Portugal, and you got to respect the hustle from Zorak there, trying to get another score near the end. But if you're the last player on that team, if you know that the opposition, they've got to go for Rayquaza just to try and secure that shielding to get themselves back in the lead, surely you hang around the Rayquaza pit as long as possible and try and go for the snipe, because ultimately that final score from the Mamoswine did not matter a jot. I know Charizard, of course, got it off quite early, got the score in, almost brought it level with that score itself. I think it was keep on the Charizard that time around. But Italy once again showing their longevity. They showed that despite the early worries in that team fight, and despite Portugal taking the lead, they kept calm, kept things nice and stable. Titar came out with a massive KO streak there, winning the team fight again almost single-handedly, despite some excellent Unite move usage from the Blissey Akasaki, I think, doing really well. Portege doing really well as well. But let's take a little look at that dismal KO counter for Portugal. They only knocked Italy players twice. We have 3 Italy players who went through the entire match not being knocked out, and that is a serious concern as we head into game number 3.
It is. Yeah, I just want to roll back a little bit. I really love what Portugal did. At the Dragon Pit, at the final stretch, right? How the Mamoswine was just scoring in, and Italy was just letting them be. Portugal would have, how do I say this? Would have been able to, take advantage of that, and even the Ageless as well, right? They were trying to score in, and they still had time to get back on the central area, on the Dragon Pit. But unfortunately, after that has happened, Italy, they spread it out a little bit, but Portugal got a little bit too greedy that they chased them off. That they essentially played into the hands of Italy, got them taken down in the process, getting that Rayquaza away from Portugal.
I think that's spot on, mate. I think that really is very much the architects of their own downfall. Portugal, with Klaus or without Klaus, Italy looking on top here. Will they be able to form the full sweep? Potentially the final game of day 2 here of the Unite European Cup is after this quick break.
safe now you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. You are not worth all the time. I can play any reason. Go, 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 go. But I was born out of tears. I'm trying to miss you.
How well timed is this, folks? We are back from our break. We're straight into the draft. It's game number 3 between Italy and Portugal, and Italy find themselves 1 game win away from becoming the first sweepers of the Unite European Cup. That's right, we're here. Who are we? I'm Relic. He's JJ Kun, of course. Another shout out to Digital Bacon and Gamma on production. And we are fresh into the draft, JJ. Super exciting. Our first ban is through from Portugal. It is the Mew that has been terrorizing them from Team Italy. Not a surprise.
I mean, again, they are the fan favorites to win this tournament, and they are not disappointing. Not anyone who's watching, who's tuning in to the tournament right now, getting in that 2-0. And, you know, if this is going to be the crucial moment for Portugal, right? This is going to be a crucial moment for Portugal, that if they can get this at least 1 win away from Italy this time, if they can get this win, that is going to be a huge momentum boost. It's going to be a huge morale boost for them, that they can potentially get in a sweep, seeing how much close the games were for game number 1 and game number 2.
I'm afraid that what Portugal have, though, is something called the Toon Slim conundrum. It's something that I've come up with just now, but anyone who knows Toon Slim knows that you ban away Mew, he's going to choose Glaceon. You ban away Glaceon, he's going to choose Mew. Hey, guess what? They ban away Mew, and Glaceon is the first pick on Team Italy. No doubt who's going to be heading onto that one. Most likely Keep, who was absolutely dominant in game number 1. Portugal, of course, with that Mr. Mime, they became the first team to lose a game with Mr. Mime on their roster, but really looking good, actually, in terms of those engages for team fights. They got themselves a one-on-one Serena. They got themselves the excellent team fighter in Charizard. Italy replying with a Snorlax for some tankiness, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Portugal thus far.
Right. You know, that Mr. Mime, and then we have the Serena and the Charizard. That's why I kind of gasped as well when I saw that Charizard, because I know for a fact that this is a very good pick to complement these two first 2 Pokemon. But going into the side of Team Italy, we have the Slowbro. They are still going to be gunning that same composition, having 2 tanks, getting it that that tankiness build that would allow them to prolong their lives on team fights, that would allow them to deal more damage later on at the latter part of any team fights that they enforce against the other team.
Blissey banned away by Italy after the Slowbro pick. That is once again, no doubt, with not just the general macro play of Slowbro in mind, but the fact that it can counter Mr. Mime. And interesting, I wonder, so of course, if you are just joining us, we've actually had our first substitutions of the entire tournament. We've had Klaus in at game 1, Dravix replacing him in game 2. Must be said, by the way, Klaus on the Absol, Dravix on the Tyranitar, both doing great. So you can see just how flexible the options are for Italy. It doesn't seem like any composition is going to be detracted from by putting someone in. And that target ban for the Lucario, specifically for Klaus, I would imagine, is heralding the return of Klaus, the World Championship participant, of course, for EU, back into the fold. That might very well mean the return of Absol which would
Mm-hmm.
not be a surprise. But you gotta ask, is
Oh
Lucario really
yeah, there you go.
as if on cue? I mean, is Lucario really the best pick, knowing how good? Again, it might be another Toon Slim conundrum this time. You ban Lucario, you get Absol. You ban Absol, get Lucario, probably.
Yeah, I mean, at this point on, we're just gonna be waiting for Portugal's last two picks, and so far we are seeing a little bit of it's similar picks to game ones for a similar pick of game ones for the side of Italy, but going into the side of Portugal, they're gonna be gunning in for the Wiggletop, which would definitely complement that Mr. Mime dealing more CCs into the side of Italy, but with that slow bro and that's no Snorlax. That is so close in pronunciation. Slowbro and Snorlax. Yeah, that is going to provide them huge defense against this Wigglytuff and of course, that Mr. Mime as well. But they are going to have some backlane damage in the form of Delphox, which it did a lot of help for them earlier on. But the question is, are they going to be able to pull that off once again for game number 3?
Yeah, this is sort of like a best of hits of their previous two compositions, right? And so I think that
Right.
that's actually probably the best of both worlds. You've got yourself some real tankiness, Mr. Mime. You got the stuns. You got Wigglytuff. You got some good one-on-one action. You've got some good team fight action with Charizard and with
Ooh.
Serena. Good CC from Delphox. I believe this is exactly the same roster that we saw in game one from Italy. The Sylveon include actually no, didn't have the Mew, did it? But it did have the Sylveon in game number 2. So as much as it's a best of hits from Portugal, it appears like it's a best of hits from Italy as well. And that is a big
Mhm.
worry, especially when you consider Italy has only 3 evolutions to go through themselves. And that was something that we praised of Team Portugal's first composition. We were like, hey, early game, if they get on top of it, this is going to look really good. It didn't. And I'm worried that Italy now finds themselves in this scenario. They're flowing with confidence. They've steamrolled one game. They eventually steamrolled the second, although it took a little bit longer to break the morale of Team Portugal. I'm worried for them. I'm worried for them, boss man. I think that we've got a real chance here of Portugal dropping 3 games. And again, you got to question, where is Gekko Kami in all of this? Is he going to sub in? Does he have to sub in? Can he sub in? Many questions.
Yeah, definitely. But before we head into that, let's take a look back into the draft that we had. Definitely into the side of Team Italy. They're a little bit squishy for at least their attackers. We have the Glaceon, the Sylveon, and that of the Absol. But at the end of it all, there's still the Slowbro and the Snorlax that Portugal needs to go through before actually getting in on that Glaceon, Sylveon, and of course the Absol. But into the side of Portugal, at the very least, they are a little bit balanced in terms of their composition. They have the Mr. Mime. They have a very bulky Charizard. They have the ever so self-sustaining Serena. We have the CC that comes in the form of that comes in the form of the Wigglytuff with the Sing, and obviously sustained with the Starlight Recital. And of course, we have the backlane damage, which is that of the backlane DPH, which is that of the Delphox.
Team Portugal, hey, your team needs you. Your team needs your fans. I want to see some hype in chat for Team Portugal. We don't want any of these teams to go away with a sweep, but that is the nature of best of fives. Sometimes they do indeed happen. And Italy most certainly looking like the dominant force of Group B early doors. A reminder of Portugal. We have Gekko Kami. So Gekko Kami, by the way, not even the coach of this team. It's actually Zorak, who himself has stepped in for the last couple of games. Gekko Kami with the most World Championship experience of any of these players, some of the most top level experience of all of these players. I hope that we do see him. If not this week, then next week. Maybe they consider Italy a losable game. Certainly, they do look strong with all 6 of their squad. We've seen all 6 of their squad today. The only team to even consider substituting at all. And it looks like we are going to see another substitution, a second substitution in as many games. Klaus coming back in. For who, though, is going to be really interesting to see. Is it just going to be another straight swap out with Dravix, or are we going to see another of the squad find themselves on the bench? One person who I don't think will find themselves on the bench is Keep. Their Glaceon in game number 1 was disgusting. It was ridiculous. So many picks, by far and away the most damage dealt of anyone in the room, and he is going to be delighted that he finds himself on one of his faves.
Right, and speaking of that faves, it seems as we are going to be heading into our game in just a bit. And once again, this might be the final game of the day, or well, of the night. if wherever you are in the world, right? But well, it's gonna be the last game for the morning for me. So there we go.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world where you're watching right now, it might be the final game of the stream. There we go. This is a better one of the stream. If Team Italy wins this one 3-0 sweep, but again, we want Portugal to get at least one win for this game.
Yeah, you do not want to be the only team across both groups not with a win. Even the UK. I wasn't on yesterday's cast, but I was watching and I was spectating and I was chatting away with our wonderful moderator Krabs. Of course, say hi to Krabs in chat, and Krabs say hi in chat. Lovely to see you here. I was saying, look, if the UK comes away from this France matchup with anything more than a 3-0 sweep against them, that's a fantastic result. And they managed to scrape one out. I hope for Portugal's sake that they can do the same.
Right, and here you go. Potentially the final match if Italy wins this, or we might get into game number 4 if Portugal wins this game. For now, let's have a champion time.
Early invade then, Brian. Oh, just a little bit too late there to steal that one away, but they're gonna go for the other buff. They're gonna go for the orange buff. It's Brian versus Akasaki on that Charizard, and I think, yeah, they have stolen it away. The invade successful, and no counter invade from Portugal either. Italy already in the ascendancy. Oh my word, here comes the flank, and Zorak almost caught out. More dunks coming through, and that first zone is already down to 67.
Oh wow, look at that 3-man KO. 3-man push into that Snorlax. That's going to be a huge, especially that it took them 3 Pokemon, especially with the sustain as well of the focus band, allowing the Snorlax to buy more time for the teammates. All they need to do was, take their time, buy time, and delay the central area Pokemon for the side of Portugal anyway. So they did a pretty good job. Brian is doing pretty good right now.
He has arrived. He has entered the fray. Gek Okami is available, and they're on their Mr. Mime. Oh, not that Klaus matters. Akasaki gets away with that very, very sharply indeed. But Klaus continues to go to town on the enemy central area. You can see there Akasaki just looking to get the buff themselves. Here comes Gek Okami. It's another trap essentially set for Klaus here this time. And it's another KO. Gek Okami starting to make an impact already within the first 2 minutes.
Portugal here is essentially saying that, well, we have to bring out our ace move here, our final resort, and they are doing pretty good. But they're gonna get taken out as well. Kami's gonna be taken out, but here comes Zarak as well. That's gonna be 2 down into the side of Portugal. No make the 3 as Asakasis is gonna get picked off as well into that of the top path, and they're gonna be able to score in the process. But the Serena wants to get away, but Heavy Slam is not going to allow them to go anywhere, knocking them up and putting down the final pin to the coffin as Italy picks them up.
Wow, that is almost the first tier zone gone for Portugal. Oh my word. I tell you what, Arasaki, you're not going to be able to do much here. The stacking continues. By the way, just for those keeping score on the substitutions, look like Dravix stays in, Klaus replacing Keep. Here comes the Glacial stage coming down from Dravix on that Glacial now. Will they be as successful as Keep? Well, early suggestions are yes, most certainly. Forced back finally by the Fire Blast from Arasaki. But Italy with a 78-11 lead already with only 3 minutes gone.
Yes, sirree. But here comes the first set of objectives. The first major objectives, rather, is going to be coming up. But look at that Dark almost getting KO'd if it wasn't for the score goal into that of the bottom path. But just like that, the Sylveon was able to buy so much time that they are just scoring in 30 right now, that of the bottom path. But into that of the top path, we're going to be seeing some skirmish going into our central area as Italy gets in the positional advantage into that of the top path, perhaps taking the Reggie Lucky immediately afterwards. But into that of the bottom path, we're going to be seeing some clashes here, trying to take down this Regirock just so that the one that we could take this could get in some special defense boost, and it is going to be Portugal. They want and needed that special defense and defense boost so that they can go against Italy on hand. But as we say that, they have now destroyed the first score goal, and the Reggie is now pushing into the second score goal. But here comes Glacial Stage once again.
That's a very quick reload on the Unite move. And here comes the Wigglytuff just to make sure that this push is going to be kept in its path. It was a 40 dunk from Klaus, as much as he could potentially do in that situation. And so the lead, it continues to balloon 196 to 11 now. Sure, Portugal is maybe doing better in the team fights, JJ, but the scoring has almost completely dried up.
No, yeah, for sure. And Italy, while they have lost that last team fight, sure, they still have the XP advantage over to that of Portugal. So that's, that lose in the team fight isn't that much of a big deal for Italy right now.
There was a little scuffle there between Portej and Klaus as to the central area we look. We've got Dravix, we've got Dr. Amper. We've also got Inferno in there, running the double EV build of Glaceon and Sylveon. Definitely the preferred duo, I would say, with Espeon a little bit out of favor in the current meta. We head to 5 minutes now, and it really, Portugal have not been able to lay a finger on Italy, and they're going to be hoping for some quick scores, maybe a cheeky Rayquaza, maybe a cheeky Regieleki. They've gone for a hard push here on bottom part. The showstopper coming through from Gecko Kami. This might be the push that they've been waiting for, but no, taken down there by the Serena. It's going to be chaos, it's going to be carnage, and it's going to be disaster for Portugal. They committed hard. It has fallen apart.
Zarek thought he could get away, but no, the Ice Age is back, baby, and they're gonna get off into that of the bush and gonna be taken down in the process. But as that is happening, only 2 into the side of Portugal is back into that of the bottom path, as Italy is gonna be able to try to take down this Regirock, as Portugal takes advantage of this so that they can destroy the first score going to the bottom path. But the block gets in on time. Glacial Stage is going to be used along with the block, Seismic Slam as well to punish Italy down. But are they going to be able to successfully take down a Pokemon inside of Italy? No, they will not. But here comes the top path as well. They're going to be able to push down as they were able to take down that Snorlax. Yes, the Snorlax, but that's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Italy. Getting in that Festival Fireworks as well, just trying to stop that Regieleki.
It really is a best of hits from Italy, and they are looking even more dominant than game number 1. Akasaki, that Seismic Slam, was it a little bit too early, especially when the Regibot rock buff had been secured for Italy? That special defensive and defensive buff, was the Seismic Slam really the right call there? Or should you have just retreated to get the shielding of your zone? Sure, you're up, but it's a waste for me, and with just over 3 minutes left, Portugal need to find something, and something fast.
Right, so that they can recover their Unite moves as well, and still, the Charizard still not at level 13. It still need that last spike as well before that Zapdos fight. And now, as you mentioned, Italy is a little bit too, on the advantageous side right now, having 196 points over to the 34 points of Portugal. Not only that, having the XP advantage as well, and getting in that advantage in terms of macro play and team fights, that is going to be quite a heavy and huge wall for Portugal.
So we do have another set of Regis, but I don't think they're going to be actually downable. Oh, Portes caught out there. You gotta love the awareness of Klaus, just feeling, hey, maybe I should just feint into there, and maybe I'll get away with something here. That's a really early Unite move coming out from the Delphox here with 19 seconds to go before Rayquaza. Is that the best call? I'm not entirely sure. There's almost a full rotation for Italy now down onto the bottom path, and they basically just say, no thank you. They put the close sign up, and they show Portugal away.
Right, and what's good about that Unite mode as well, Festival Firework, is that it actually recovers quite quickly, but it looks like Portugal is going to be the one that's going to be taking that Regirock, but is that the right time, the right timing for them, as Gecko Kami is almost taken out, but X-Speed is not going to help them at all. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams here. Look at that, another block here coming from the Snorlax, and the Mystical Fire from Dark is not going to be able to do so much into Brian, but almost getting KO'd as well in the process, just going to get in some refreshments before they get in on the Dragon Pit.
Rayquaza is going to be like that, just looking around. Where is everybody? Well, Portugal is desperately trying to score anything. And I don't blame them at this point either, because it is still close enough a game where a couple of hundreds or maybe 150, and all of a sudden it is so close that even a small score would tip the balance. But there's only a minute left, JJ. They have to do something, and do something now.
Right, and speaking of doing something now, Portugal is now pushing into that of the Dragon bit as well, taking down the
there you
absolute
go!
in the process, and they're going to be able to try to score in
Wow!
another 97 as the overcap, and they are now ahead in terms of points. Only 4 points though, but are they going to be able to survive this final team fight? Let's find out together as it hits off. Dark here trying to get away. Seismic Slam here is going to be used as well. As it's going to be 2 down into the side of Italy. Don't make that 3. Fanciful Fire is going to be used as well. Don't make that 4. And here comes the final defense here for Italy. There's going to be 2 Pokemon battling 4 into the side of Portugal, and so many points are now fallen down into the ground. Is that going to be picked up by Portugal? Yes. Sorry, no, it is not going to be picked out, but there's still 15 more seconds for Italy to score in just a little bit of points. But Klaus here still trying to get more points, and they don't have enough time to score in. And Portugal finally going to be able to get their first win, and no team thus far is going to get swept 3-0.
It's the Gek Okami effect, baby. And the most impressive thing for me is that he wasn't the most important person behind that Portugal push. Certainly a huge component, yes, but the closest match that we have had in the Unite European Cup thus far. 4 points in it. Portugal scraping through with just a minute left to take the win here in game number 3 to extend the series to a 4th game. Ultimately, the lack of a Rayquaza push and honestly the lack of Italy wanting to score more. They were quite happy to just hold their defenses and let that be that. But for me, the Delphox, yes, it was early Unite moves, but it was enough damage overall. Great pushes on that bottom path to chip down some health, to take some players out of the game, and ultimately those 2 scores coming through from Akasaki and Gek Okami, who was a major piece of the puzzle in the end, really just changing the game for Portugal, but only just.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, yes, that Delphox has been popping off that Unite moves a little bit too early, but then again, we have to consider as well that the Fanciful Fireworks charges so fast as well that you could essentially, get in your 100% charge in less than a minute if you can optimize it really greatly. And we saw that happen as well on on the final team fight, where they were able to use that right before 19 seconds before the Rayquaza comes out, and was able to do it again on that prolonged team fight.
We keep going. Portugal versus Italy. There is another 10 minutes at least in this yet. We hope that you will join us for that as Portugal look to keep their winning hopes alive. It's after this break we'll see.
Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to
I'm on Mars, scorching hot. Life can be hard, but it's what we do. Take it to the top. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Increasing my strength when I remember myself. Life can be hard, but it's what we do. Take it to the top. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make in time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't for every run that we had, turn around and not do it. But I'll be ready every day, know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray for me and for us.
Against all the odds, with 4 points in it, Team Portugal scraped together the last vestiges of their abilities to get a win in this series against Italy as part of the Unite European Cup, of course. The final series for day 2 here in Group B. Relic joined by JJ Kun. We're already well into the draft phase for game number 4. Some big respect bands coming out from both teams. Team Portugal with Mr. Mime and Wigglytuff. No Del Fox for Portugal this time around. Italy has taken them off the table, along with Glaceon. In terms of the picks, Italy with Mew, Aegis/Snorlax, Portugal picking up the Lucario, meaning that even though they're not banning it away from Klaus, they are going to be taking it on board themselves, along with a Charizard, Slowbro, and a Mamoswine. Really interesting picks thus far. I think we await one attacker for Team Portugal. As for Italy, we see a Dragonite, a rarity.
I mean, it is quite a rarity if we're talking about the western part of the world. But if we're talking about the eastern part of the world, a lot of them are still gunning in for that Dragonite because, again, the eastern side of the world. I am sorry, guys.
Whoa! I can see why.
Still wants to play the scoring comp, just like what just like what Japan has been doing for quite a while. But Italy going back into the Dragonite, and not only that, and this is what I think is what surprised our main man Bacon here, is the Hoopa.
There was just I was convinced Bacon had turned into a werewolf at this point because it was allowed. I could do that. Oh, but seriously, I was going into Thea Sky Ruins and I had this early conversation with Zoinks on the Rush Battle Towers where I'm like, surely Hooper's going to be fantastic for this map because you've got 2 objectives which, power scaling wise, are pretty close together. They're much closer together than Dreadnought and Rotom. You always go Dreadnought. That was always the call on remote staging. But a team buff could be just as important if you're able to stall on a Regieleki push. It's great to see a Hooper in there. Let's just think about it for the sake of this individual match. Great stuns, can steal away berries, can be really good for those general pushes. Is it as powerful as it used to be? No, of course not. But let's not forget that unbound Unite move that can bring everybody to town. Something which is incredibly useful if you're looking to A, rotate to one of the Reggies, or into Rayquaza. Portugal rounds off their lineup with a Cramorant, which we have seen more often than I think we would have expected over the course of the Unite European Cup. When used well, can be excellent. When used poorly, can be a real detriment to your team. 2 very unique rosters that we have not seen previously, and I'm really fascinated to see how this affects Italy in particular, because not just picking up the niche pick in Dragonite, but Hooper as well. I mean, that's a lot of damage that they're conceding for potentially a late game boost.
No, yeah, for sure. The Dragonite, I can understand. A lot of Eastern teams are still picking up the Dragonite. Again, playing the the basketball in Pokemon Unite, just scoring in, going in, scoring, and then going out immediately after, or trying to secure the objectives after that, right? But Hoopa in this map in Thea Sky Ruins is actually it is a very interesting pick, especially that a lot of people, right, and most of the world as well, is no longer picking Hoopa just because of the fact that a lot of the wild Pokemon, even in the central area, are now a little bit too close to each other. That you don't really need that Hoopa to get in anywhere because you're going to be getting that XP wherever you go in the map anyway. But this is really going to be interesting because, again, in Thea Sky Ruins, you'd want to get in that not the Hoopa, but the Regieleki, sorry. You want to get that Regieleki over those Regis from the bottom path, especially that it doesn't really give as much of a buff, as much of an XP than that of the Dreadnought. But, at the very least, it still gives some buffs, the special defense, the defense attack, the special attack, and or HP recovery, though it's not as much of a buff as you would need if you're going to be going in on team fights anyway, and if you're going to be getting those advantages over to your opponents from the early get-go.
Registeel, Regirock, they're helpful but not overpowering. Reggie is just a nice thing to get if you can, and it still really doesn't stop my argument, I don't think, from suggesting, you're looking at a lot more split pushes. And if there's one thing that teams are caught out on in the Thea Sky Ruins in general, especially early days in the competitive scene at Tier 1, is if a team goes hard in on one push, usually is Regieleki, yes. But if they catch a team out with that bottom Reggie, it can sometimes divide the general opinion of the team as well. Do we just try and stall on top path? Should we go and try and contest on bottom path? And Italy now has that flexibility to say, okay, how about both paths? Because we are able to do that with the hyperspace hole.
That is true.
I think that's always been Hooper's main game. And I'm not surprised to see it eventually make a comeback. Maybe it needs a bit of a buff in regards to actual damage dealt. But hey, look, I've got a lot of confidence in this Italy side. I'm interested to see how Portugal fares up as well, however, because, of course, bringing through the Cramorant, bringing through the Mamoswine, it's an interesting composition that they've brought. And, of course, they're coming off the back of a clutch win. There is nothing more exciting and morale-boosting than a win like that.
Right, and here you go. Game number 4, Italy versus Portugal. Let's have a champion time. And as we speak, Klaus is finally back into the fray.
And on the Aegislash for the first time today, going for the invade. This has been a consistent tactic with Italy. As you can see that they've just been prioritizing the buffs here. Dark, they pick up that Baltoy. How'd you fancy your luck, Klaus? How'd you fancy your luck? Your luck's pretty good. It's going to run out there as Dark goes into the lane. It's going to come back again. Dark had a bit of recovery there, but Klaus now has the central area. Not entirely all to himself. You can see there, Dark looking for the steal. I don't think they're going to get it, actually, Klaus, with a little bit of unluckiness there. And the scrap continues on, JJ. They're staring each other down.
Oh, Dark, though, is going to be finally taken down by Klaus. But there's 2 Pokemon responding to that KO. And Klaus is not going to be able to get away, even with the help of the Focus Band. Still doesn't have the Wide Guard to help them sustain themselves.
So Gecko Kami, of course, was on Mr. Mime last time out. I'm not surprised to see it gone from this particular map. But interesting that Portugal are actually the ones to ban it themselves. Gecko Kami happy to go onto the Mamoswine. Honestly, after Mr. Mime, probably his second best Pokemon. So Gecko Kami will be the difference maker this time around, as well as last time around. Central area we're looking at now, of course, that Dragonair. Already up to a Dragonair, by the way. Wow. Really running through the wild Pokemon super efficiently.
Right, but here comes a team fight into that of the top path, trying to get Italy trying to get in some pressure against Portugal into the first score goal. But we can see the Piloswine as well into the central area going along with the Cramorant. I think what they want to do here is just get in as much XP before we get in on a huge team fight later on. Sorry. What was that? Yeah, it was the Cramorant rather into that of the central area. But right now, Italy was able to get most of the birds into that other central pit at 8-minute mark. But look at that right now. Klaus is going to try to answer back again. But here comes the huge mobility boost coming in from that Hoopa that we've missed so much from the remote stadium, which is that of the hyperspace hole. But Gecko Kami into still the Piloswine, still not going to be able to do anything yet, as it is still not a huge Mamoswine.
Bizarre to see all 10 players in the Rayquaza pit, and Rayquaza isn't even there. You can see that the early idea was, maybe we should consider if we win this team fight, could fully rotate up to the Regieleki, but it hasn't exactly transpired that way. But still, Italy in the ascendancy. They got that Aegislash looking dapple with that cloak, but some really nice CC here from Portugal.
Now.
They are really stuck on that zone well. We do have the Dragonite up for keep, who's actually back in, presumably replacing Dravix, who I've not seen. Portej, they're in trouble. That was almost a Hyper Beam down as the freeze is coming through on the zone, but nevertheless, that Dragonite is going to deal so much damage. Gecko Kami pushes them out, and here comes the Seismic Slam here to try and take down the Dragonite. Still haven't got away. Here's the Aegislash. The Y-Guard not going to help them one bit. The Hyperspace Hole is going to save them. Wow, what a clutch moment that was. Back in town, back with health. The Hoopers actually decided to come back from base and not go directly there. That's a smart move, otherwise they would have been obliterated.
Right, and look at that right now, that other top path. Oh my goodness, they're going to be able to take down the Regice into that other bottom path. But into the side of the top path, we're still going to be seeing some clashes here before we get to see that Regieleki be taken down. But look at that, another hyperspace hole coming in from that of the Hoopa just to recover some health. And they're going to be able to take down this Regieleki. Italy is looking like they are on a roll. Going to be able to take down one in the process. Going to be able to get that first score goal as well in the process.
Not the best case scenario. The Regieleki somewhat wasted on taking down the zone entirely. But then again, it is a zone that's taken down entirely. It's one more zone that Italy do not have to worry about. They've got a huge advantage just in terms of getting to the Regis on either side of the map now. Not only that, but they lead handsomely, 187 to 14. But then again, that's exactly what we said around this time in game number 3. And we know how that one turned out.
Right. And right now, Portugal is just looking for a way. So, Lucario off cam, gonna be able to be taken down here by Klaus, and you can see how it is currently at level 9 right now. Lucario into the side of Portugal still at level 8, still doesn't have the access to the Unite move, so definitely a huge disadvantage right now for Portugal. It's being on play, but that push coming in from Gekko Kami is going to disable that go back into the teleportation going back into the base, and they're gonna be able to take down two in the process as well. You know what? Klaus doesn't need to go back to the base to get in some KOs, but look at that seismic blast is gonna be used as well. Is they're gonna be able to take down one? Klaus trying to get away with a Sacred Sword as well. Yes, they will, and they're gonna be able to get back into the base teleportation with a hyperspace hole in as well.
Oh, but my goodness, they just can't find picks, Portugal. Every single time. I tell you what, I thought this hyperspace hole was going to be most important in this game for rotation. No, it's to get the team back, to give them heals, and immediately send them back into the fray. The Mystical Mirage from Inferno looking to solo take down Dark Hero, who's already at about 35% health, really struggling to just pick off their own central area at this point. The Electro Ball's not going to come through. It will be taken away by Dark. We're already close to the second Reggie's dropping, and look at that lead once again. This is more.
Oh, look at the block. 3 people are getting blocked by the getting blocked by the Snorlax. I'm sorry, but here comes the Power Knife as well. But Portugal,
they got in.
Be able to get in that Regieleki as well. Going to be able to answer back against that Dragonite, and look at that. That's going to be one down inside of Italy. Are they going to be able to add up more into that casualty? But it looks like Portugal's low on HP right now. Solar Beam's going to be used. Nobody's going to be taken out. Never mind. That's going to be taken down. It's going to be 3, unfortunately, into the side of Italy, as only 1 is down into the side of Portugal. That is a huge win in terms of a team fight into the side of Portugal. And I like how they're just disengaging. But unfortunately, they got caught into the bush. And now they are getting caught up and picked off as well. Zorak, where are you going? You have the surf, but we have the basic booster tab, but it doesn't do so much of a damage.
Oh, but Zorak, I mean, look at this stalling, basically deflecting 2 of the players, in this case, the Mew and the Snorlax, away from that Regieleki fight. And while he was stalling, all of the team has been able to rotate up. Portesh finally finding some luck on this Lucario. The Seismic Slam coming down again. Aegislash going in on Gekko Kami, really isolated. And we've got to watch out for Keep. A lot of damage done from them. Great freezes here as Dark is back into the fray, forced away by the Hyper Beam. And that's a really important win here for Italy, as they have essentially forced Portugal off the captured flag. They're surely going to take this Regieleki. It's a bit of a rally here for Portugal on the top path, but they are in place to defend the push.
Right, and look at that. Portugal here with the Lucario gunning in for that close combat, actually. So that's actually going to be really interesting, as well, as you'd want to stick on to a team fight, get in more AoE damage once your opponents are all compressed together on team fights. But right now, in less than 30 seconds, the Rayquaza is going to be coming up in a bit. And now Italy does have the, again, going back, not only the point advantage, but also the XP advantage. They have the macro advantage as well, the gameplay advantage in terms of team fights. So Portugal would have to climb so much right here to win this game against Italy.
It's very reminiscent of that Sweden-Switzerland game where
That's true.
Sweden took the Rayquaza, but they didn't have enough time, nor did they have enough points or just pure manpower to be able to score here. I do notice Gekko Kami there, but here comes Inferno and Brian. They thought something like this might happen, and Gekko Kami got a retreat. That was a nice rubbery sneak there, but Dr. Amper looking to do a bit of a reprisal of that move, but this time with more success. That's going to be another 44 points on the table, 359 to 14, but down goes the Hooper Unbound. Portugal looking for a push on bottom path.
Draco impacts Slow Beam into that of the Snorlax to disable it. from using his block, but they're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Italy winning this one with only 1 casualty. No make that 2-for-2 trade into the side of both teams. Now, are they going to be able to score back up? No, not quite yet. Solar Beam is going to be used as well just to push away Portugal, and just like that, they're not going to be disengaging, getting in some refresh as well, so that they are going to be ready for the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, you got to feel like that was potentially their moment. They're just going full send on the Rayquaza now. The stamp has been licked. It's been placed on the letter. They are sending it and hoping for the best, regardless of who might join them at this party. Oh, what a solar beam on the Cramorant, forced to scurry away. Portej going to go down. We've got the hyperspace hole as well, looking to save any teammates. It's 1 down for Portugal. It's 5
Rayquaza is low.
Italy. Rayquaza is low. Akasaki's low as well. Going to be taken down.
Oh, there's going to be down.
Zorak's the last one in the central area here. That is, they're forced away. Surely it's going to all end in tears for Portugal. They simply do not have the manpower to be able to overturn this one.
Yeah, but here we go. The final push here for Portugal. Unfortunately, they're going to get team wiped here by Team Italy. And just like that, Italy's going to be able to take down that Rayquaza as well for themselves, cementing themselves as the winner of this game versus Portugal for the Unite European Cup.
Absolutely brutal. And if you're Portugal, you're sadly putting your hands into your tears that are flowing down your eyes. They've beaten their own record, JJ. We thought that the 114 from earlier was going to be the lowest score potentially. How about 14 points? Italy dominating game number 4 in fine style. They win the series. There's only been 3-1 scorelines across the UEC 2022, but here we are. Italy get their campaign started off with a win, deservedly so. And wowzers, who would have thought that in this day and age, in this Thea Sky Ruins meta, we see a Dragonite and a Hooper of all Pokemon rising to the forefront and really just changing the fortunes. I mean, the damage that Hyper Beam was getting, goodness.
Yeah, and man, oh man, I have no words as to how Italy played for game number 4. Game number 1, definitely Portugal, was able to bounce back against Italy, but Italy, said to themselves, okay, you were able to bounce back, but guess what? We can adjust to you as well. And that's what they did. They adjusted against Portugal, and look at what happened. It was, I'm sorry, but it was a stumping.
It really was. I mean, Portugal looked competitive throughout. But they couldn't get over the line. They couldn't get over the line once. I mean, again, 14 points across 2 tier 1 zones. That's a shocking performance, and worth mentioning with Gecko Kami as a part of the squad as well. So as much as we praised him and his influence in game number 3, game number 4, I don't think it mattered what players were.
But to be fair though. Yeah, but to be fair though, I'd have to give props to Portugal for actually being able to fight back against Italy.
Yeah.
The only thing that they're missing is the opportunities to score, because they can, again, they are on equal footing. I'd say a little bit kind of on an equal footing in terms of team fights against Italy. It's just that Italy is able to find more opportunities to score down, and that's where they lost.
They're missing that cutting edge. But similar to the UK against France in Group A, I think they will have easier matches. This is arguably the hardest match out of the way. They picked up a game win from it, and that is certainly better than some would have had them as securing. So Italy and Switzerland are your first winners from Group B. But tomorrow, Wednesday, we dip back into Group A, where the German forces will take on the United Kingdom, and where Spain will look to take on France. It's going to be a fantastic broadcast. We're going to be welcoming Bacon back to the casting booth for the first time, and for the only time, actually. It's for one night only. Doob Snack's going to be joining us on that one as well. Exclusive. It's going to be fantastic. And by the way, if you're looking for some Pokemon Unite action after this, I mean, there's already a lot of action that you've enjoyed, but if you're looking for more Unite action to sort of fill out not just your night, but your potentially entire October month, hey, guess what? Right here on Pokemon Unite Battle Hub, the Open Series begins with the October Open, the 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th. APAC, EMEA, NA, LATAM. Sign-ups are going live tonight, I believe. So please feel free Uh, exclamation mark open in chat. Use that command, get yourself signed up, head on over to the Pokemon Reddit Discord as well for all of your information and all of the sort of pings that you might require to sign up to this sort of thing. Also, speaking of Dupe Snacks, if you are looking for more Pokemon Unite stuff, again, it's a lot of Pokemon Unite, right? I'm throwing a lot in your face here, but hey, we got something for you to enjoy as well, as Unite Mics is currently live with their Mayhem series. It's a lot of fun, of course. Dupe and Zoinks on that one. I just call them Zoop because, you know, it's a nice, cute cast a duo name. It's nice. It's cute,
That's
isn't
true.
it? But anyway, please feel free to go and check them out. We're going to be hosting them after this. So if you're mad, if you want more Unite action, then please absolutely indulge your madness. Enjoy yourself there. But JJ, I hope you've had a great time. I mean, I've had a great time with you.
I did, and I hope you had a great time with me as well. It's been so great to get back here in the casting desk, as I mentioned to you back, behind the scenes. The last time I casted in like a more formal, fashion was pre-Worlds. I would have casted Worlds, but visa
next year, my
like
dude.
next year hopefully, and I hope that I get to work with you and the rest of the team here as well for the Unite Championship Series, dude. You have been a pleasure to work with, and I can't wait to work with you again.
I'm going to be beaming for the rest of the night, dude. The pleasure was all mine. A fantastic caster, spitting fire on the mic. It's what we love from you. And we're going to, of course, have more from you on Thursday. We cannot wait to have you back.
It's not an exclusive like Doom Snacks.
No. This stuff is here for multiple days, babe. Hey, listen, the only thing that stopped this guy from casting yesterday was a super typhoon. So, hey, look.
It was.
That's what it takes to stop this man from casting Pokemon Unite. And boy, are we all glad for it. But yes, we hope to see all of you guys back here as well, not just tomorrow, but for the rest of the week. Unite Battle Hub, the place to get your English Unite commentary. Of course, a reminder, myself, Bacon, and Doob on that when we head back into Group A. We will hopefully see you there. Big thanks to Bacon and Gamma for their observations. He's been JJ. I've been Relic. And from all of us here, it is a very warm goodbye.
Close to hit the ground. You said